NASCAR has Daytona, IndyCar has Indianapolis, but for the IMSA Vintage Series, it's all about Road America. Becoming more and more popular with each year, this old-school enduro tests your prowess without any driver aids and a heap of raw power under your foot. It's time to turn back the clocks as we get ready to watch the IMSA Vintage Series Road America 500, and you'll see it all live here on the Global SimRacing Channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Adam Lindgren. Behind the scenes is our director, Daniel Costello, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Road America is a staple in the American sports car scene, so let's get a closer look at it with our track guide. Welcome to Road America. Nicknamed America's National Park of Speed, it's easy to see why just by looking at how the track is laid out. Long straights are a major feature, and drivers will build up incredible momentum before they find themselves interrupted by tight 90-degree corners. In fact, for a 4-mile circuit, it has shockingly few turns. It also has little in the way of variation in layouts. The main course is only broken up once with a single chicane added in the bend version. But don't take this to mean that it's a boring track. Elevation change happens many times over a lap, with a few places taking you into corners which are quite blind. But two of the turns on the back half of the course are perhaps the most distinctive. One is the carousel with its more than 180-degree radius. It just feels like it never stops. The other is the kink. Terrifyingly fast with very little runoff, it can end someone's race in a flash. As you'd expect, the heavy braking zones make for some ideal overtaking spots. Turn 5 sees plenty with its downhill entry. The hurried downs can offer drivers a chance at a sneak attack if you're brave, and then Canada Corner gives you one last shot before the lap is over. It's no wonder major organizations such as IMSA, IndyCar, NASCAR, and the SCCA all host major races here. All in all, many drivers rate this track as the best track in North America. Many who hop in the seat and try it can quickly understand why. This should be a good one, Adam. This is definitely a favorite in the community, and it looks like it's becoming a favorite in iRacing in general.
Absolutely. This being a iRacing official major event here, the Road America 500 is a challenging 4-mile, 6.5 kilometer, 14-turn circuit, and it favors the Nissan's high downforce. Our GTP drivers today will be focused on maximizing speed and time through the pack as they avoid the curbs around this tumultuous track. The Audis will struggle with tire wear here, and the first stint will be a pack race until the pit stops. Oh yeah, we got pit stops today, and not just one this time. The big story of this race will be maximizing pit stop entry and exit for both classes. We have seen in races past that some of our IMSA Vintage Series regulars will gain regularly 5 seconds on track from a good pit stop sequence, so expect pit stops to be a major factor in track position throughout the race. As this is a true endurance race for our competitors, losing time in traffic will be far less of an issue than it is on our normal 40-minute sprint races. But the challenge of having so many unfamiliar names you're racing alongside means that the first stint and the first 2 or 3 times through the other class pack will be harrying affairs, as everyone judges who they can trust and who to give a wide berth to. Add to that the fact that we have multi-driver teams here today, and drivers will be driving far more cautious than usual today. The Road America 500 is always a challenge for all who enter, and I look forward to seeing who is up to taming their beasts today, Joe.
I will as well. And as was mentioned by Adam, this is part of a regular series. So we have a championship that we cover here. And right now, Valenteus is leading that. He is here in the top split. Rotor behind him by about 17 points, which is a pretty big gap this early in the season. It's 25 points for a win. Sintez Galindo, multi-time champion in this series, is tied in third with Alex Van de Sant, with Brennan Lim only 2 points behind them. So that battle for P3, extremely tight right now. Fabian Jungbluth trying to play catch up. He's usually a driver that tends to be there to pick things up if things go south for those ahead of him, and has snuck some wins in, but he's usually not the quickest out there. He's also in this one, but that's just the prototypes. We also have a GTO championship for the Audis.
Yeah, and this one's a lot closer right now. Mickey Friesen only 3 points ahead of Andreas Sliumba. Sliumba doing a great job trying to hold with Friesen this season. Joran Van Hixie is a decent 12 points back, and Cam Porter, who's not in the top split today, is only 3 points back of Van Hixie. Josh Brain, 26 points back of the lead right now, and then it's very tight between Noel Lundberg and Romain Bello as they've been battling it out on track week after week. Thorben Pollux tied with Doug Cloud for 8th, and then Artuis Kundelis rounds out the top 10.
For today's race, very different from what we usually experience in this series. It's 124 laps that they're going to have to try and complete. That, of course, is more for the GTPs. We're expecting around 109 for the GTOs if they keep up the pace. Open setups in this event and in this series as well. But for those that are new, the community is very, very open and welcoming. They were always trying to make sure that everybody who comes in has a good setup that they can handle, whether they're fast or a newcomer. No spare car, though, as always in this event. So if you wind up with some damage, then unfortunately, you're going to be sent probably multiple laps down around here. Different from our usual incident limits. So we have a drive-through penalty at 50 for the first time. And then every 20 incidents beyond that, you will get another drive-through penalty. There is no DQ limit this time around, but you can definitely suffer some pain if you abuse the track limits around here. They're actually into qualifying now. It takes so long to get around here that we're still waiting for the first drivers to set a lap time.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. We have quite a few drivers out there today. It's a full split for these drivers today. I need to take a look at what the total is, but we're quite high on the count of drivers, and the first of the laps should be starting now with the number 3 machine with Aaron Humphrey racing around here. And for What Apex Racing, Aaron Humphrey starting his lap.
Indeed. Takes more than 2 minutes for the GTOs. GTPs about a minute 45, minute 46 for the very fastest drivers that we've seen. This, of course, is top split, and we don't often get splits in the regular series. This is even more fascinating with this being a special event, because I think we saw, was it around 8 splits that are happening in this time slot alone?
Yeah, absolutely. 8 splits this time slot. I think it was 6 for the 8 a.m. time slot, 8 a.m. Eastern time slot. So we're seeing a good participation here for this race. A lot of drivers very excited about this kind of vintage racing, and it's no surprise. These are amazing cars to drive. They're a real challenge. They're a handful, but it's really fun to wrestle these things around here at Road America.
Right now, Christoph Olenek is going to be our first to cross the line to settle lap. This is Timothy Vaughn. He's definitely a regular in this series. We've seen him racing here plenty. He's also common over in the Lotus 79 series as well. Looks like Olenek's first lap is going to be a 46.557. That should get him up the order, but we'll see how long that lasts on the provisional pole. Just until now, apparently, Robert Nash takes the fastest lap with a 46 flat.
Absolutely. Some of the GTOs are coming around to take their first lap times as well. Look at the number 70 machine to see if he is going to have a decent run as well as the number 50 machine, both of them coming across. This is John Weitendorf who's going to cross the line and set the first lap time of the day. It's 2:07.065, immediately pipped by Nick McConaughey, who's immediately pipped by Ian Brassfield, 2 series regulars.
Alex Van de Sant, another series regular, is the provisional pole, but he parked it after the first lap, so he's not going to be able to try and improve on that second time around. This is going to be interesting, seeing what happens there, as looks like we've got now Stephen Morgan on our front row for the GTPs. Yuko Leskala, many championships to his name. He has something to prove here today.
He definitely does. He's been racing in the GTPs this season in the IMSA Vintage series, so scraping off the rust, which makes fun of, which they're making fun of with the Rusty Glacier team name. He crosses the line and immediately goes to second position. Andreas Sliumba currently holding provisional pole in the GTOs.
Now, this is also a race that allows you to run a team, but you are not required to have multiple drivers. It's going to be a long slog if you're doing it solo. It's definitely possible, but we have to remember, these cars are very raw, so there's little time that you can lose focus out there.
Absolutely. Taking a look at Stephen Morgan as he's coming around the final corner, the UK&I driver trying to set a decent lap time. Our current provisional pole sitter is at a 1:45.5, and looks like Steven not happy with his lap. He's going to bail out. Togo Hisada, another series regular who's raced here quite a few times, coming through the final sector as well.
Love to see where Hisada winds up here. Has had a pretty good run earlier today. Missed out on a win in the Lotus 49 Grand Prix Legends Series down at Portimao, but the Japanese driver is going to see if he can jump up from 5th on the grid. Push Rod Racing, second lap, going to be a 45.8. That is up to 3rd. Excellent job.
Yeah, great job coming across the line there. A good exit on the final corner is the most important part about getting a decent lap time around here. You can make up time in a lot of different places, but that final corner exit, if you get it just wrong, you end up being slow up this hill, as we see Andreas Sliumba coming across the line to set his second lap time. Is it an improvement over the first? Yes, by 0.2.
Interesting. So that's going to extend it to more than 0.3 of a second for Yuko Leskala to try and steal this pole position away. Track position at the start of such a long race, not the most important thing, but getting yourself in clear air to deal with that traffic the first time it flies through is probably going to make a bit of a difference into how much trouble you have to deal with. The Finnish drivers will be either on the front row or close to it. Let's see where they wind up, as a 2:05.154 becomes a 2:04.7.
Still not good enough for pole position, but with 13 hundredths away from Andreas Sliumba, 13 thousandths, I should say. So a great lap from Leskala puts him still on the second position, but provisional pole right now still with Sliumba. Brett Gardner has yet to set a lap time.
Alien Motorsports just clipping the curb there, coming off of the Bill Mitchell bend. Very dangerous corner, especially in these cars that like to understeer. Brett Gardner's first lap got deleted. He really needs his second one to count if they're going to find themselves in a decent starting position. He'll not make the line in time.
Oh, no.
Shy by literal feet from getting there. Oh, man. Which will take us to our starting grid for this year's Road America 500. Alex Van de Sant will start on the pole position, as next to him it will be Stephen Morgan. Togo Hisada starts from P3. Then you've got Timothy Reed starting in P4 rather. Aaron Humphrey will be 5th, and then Robert Nash in the 6th position. Timothy Vaughn for Double Duck Racing starts in 7th. Fabian Jungbluth in his traditional Toyota Minolta car will start P8, and Seamus Power will be 9th. You've got Jamie Hall starting in the 10th position, as the next slide sees Udis Puteklis starting in 11th. FRC's Esports Double Aught has Hamilton Ruiz starting in 12th. From there, Christoph Olenek starts 13th today. Dylan Freckleton, P14. Matt Malone will start from the 15th spot, followed by Aaron Taskin in 16th. Kevin Parrish then begins in P17, and Ann Medema in 8th in the TNT Racing orange car, 18th rather. Peter Balassa will be starting from 19th, and you've got John Schwartz rounding out your top 20 in the Aerokinetics red car. After that, it is Delta V Racing with Chassanet Vincent starting 21st, Jorge Gonzaga in the 22nd position. Andreas Valenteus did not set a qualifying time, and he didn't attempt to. That's interesting. He's going to try to start from the back. Twitch Strate's Javier Soto starts 24th, and then you've got Robert Visky 25th out of our field of GTPs.
And in the GTOs, we have Arturas Kundelis, who starts off in pole position. It's team Slow and Confused, not Slow and Confused on the qualifying times. Yuko Leskala for Rusty Glacier is going to start off in second position, with Joram Van Hixie behind Arturas Kundelis and Ian Brassfield behind Yuko Leskala. Then it's Noel Lundberg who's starting off in fifth spot, with Damir Makhmudov starting off in sixth. Nick Meccano's going to start off in seventh in Death Grip Racing. And then we've got Mickey Friesen on Team Brain Freeze with Josh Brain starting off in eighth position. Doug Cloud's going to start off in ninth spot, and rounding out your top 10 in pole position in qualifying is Davide Spada. And then we have Raymond Tew going to start off in 11th spot, with Mads Lunda in 12th. Robert Noaker in the 13th position, with Josh Weitendorf in 14th. Fleming Jensen going to start off 15th today, with Steve Halewood in 16th. Row 9 goes to Matt Bruno and Brett Gardner, with the final drivers on row 10 being Christopher Peitz and Naul Diaz Cavilla. And we still have one more driver to go, and that's Sergio Blasco. And that is 21 GTOs, 25 GTPs for 46 cars total.
Indeed, and already on the pace lap here. They'll do a full lap around, and then they'll be released for what is going to be close to 4 hours of racing here today. You know, I was thinking about it, and the way that we saw that Valenteus didn't set a lap time. I wonder if this isn't the worst idea if you've got the pace, because he's now going to have the ability to maybe try and stay out of trouble at the start. As you can see, we've got warm but not overly warm conditions on the track.
Yeah, but that wind, Joe, 11 miles per hour, that's going to be affecting the GTPs for sure, and the draft in the GTOs. So that's definitely something to watch as the day goes on. But going back to your point, Joe, about starting towards the back, it looks like everyone is running right now, with the exception of Naul Diaz Cavilla in the GTOs, who has not made it to the grid, but everyone else is taking to the grid. Honestly, I probably would have started from the pits today. Just because, especially because I tend to drive the Audi. I would have started from the pits and just let the chaos happen in front of me and just try and run a clean, about 4 hours, which is what we're expecting, 4 hours, 30 minutes-ish of racing today. That's what I would have done personally. So it surprises me that folks didn't take part in qualifying, but also didn't start from the pits. Because starting in the back, I think that's where you're going to have the most chance at seeing chaos today.
Well, we'll see if we wind up getting it. We're anticipating it, but we're crossing our fingers that we don't at the start of this race. These cars are some of the most unique on the service in terms of how they interact and also how they drive. So getting used to the multi-class traffic is of course its own challenge, but we'll see if the newcomers can adapt quickly and really learn to sort of assimilate themselves into the community that has formed around the IMSA Vintage cars, and hopefully they'll stick around for some more of the regular races that they have. It is a very passionate community here, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. It was Riley Thompson who convinced me to jump into the Audi for the first time, and I fell in love with these cars and just had to keep driving them. And driving these things around a circuit like this is a blast. Driving them around a street circuit is even more fun. The Nissans are just a joy to drive with all their downforce and power, and the Audi's four-wheel drive is a unique experience here on iRacing. So it's really fun. We take a look at the 007 cam as we come around the final corner, the Porsche pace car about to hand over the control of the field to our leader.
Indeed, Van de Sant has control of the field here. He's going to be starting from pole, but Morgan will be right next to him. We'll see who gets to the first corner first. Remember that they've got 124 laps to complete as the green flag is out, and it's a big jump for Alex. He is massively ahead by the time they even get to the start-finish line. Morgan looks like he might have Timothy Reed challenging him for that second position, as behind Togo Hisada has to actually back out of it briefly out of turn 1. Nobody off track except for one back there briefly. Looks like most of the rest managed to get through clean. Let's go to the GTOs.
That was Barrera Ruiz who was off a little bit, but the GTOs pass for the lead on the first lap as one car goes wide. That's Damir Makhmudov who goes off into the gravel. Aside from that, all the rest of the GTOs making it through cleanly, but still side by side for the lead between Kundelis and Leskola. Leskola on the inside with the better run is going to get a good jump. Kundelis is going to get strung out as Jordan Van Hixie is going to pick Leskola as his running mate.
Five is usually one of the big places where you see problems, but all the cars have managed to make it through in the GTPs. Meanwhile, these GTOs, they have a much longer braking zone down into here. Leskola going to be able to pull ahead of Kundelis, although Kundelis gets a better shot off the turn behind him. I'm not seeing any accidents. This is a great start, and the battle for the lead keeps going on.
Yeah, and this is what we expect to see in Road America. It can be side by side for the lead for an entire lap's time, and it looks like they're trying to do that here with Kundelis and Leskola. That's holding up the rest of the field. I said, oh, we did have a wreck in the background. That's going to be Doug Cloud, who's gone around with Mats Luna as well.
Oh, and we had a couple drivers off in the GTPs. It looks like Gonzaga and Ruiz also had some trouble in the hurry down. So that was our trouble spot this time. We still got one more really crazy spot to go into the kink and through Canada corner. What's it going to look like with the GTOs still fighting on their way into there, and a big lift from Leskola as he wanted nothing out of Brassfield, but that has slowed him down. Here comes Lundberg up beside him.
Yeah, I think Leskola switched into survivor mode. He's not trying to dick it out for the lead anymore. He's back mired in this mid-pack as they streak into the braking zone from Canada corner. Such a challenging braking zone in the Audis because it does sweep a little bit to the right as you go over that small little crest. But look at this. The Audi is going to be fairly clean through lap 1, aside from Doug Cloud, who had his moment off. He has picked up a little bit of damage, but hopefully he can continue.
Well, this makes me extremely happy to see that we haven't had any major incidents on the first lap this time. But that's before the traffic starts to come around, because here you can see we've already got our GTPs with Van de Sant leading Morgan and Reed, your top 3. They're going to be catching the next pack within the next 3 or 4 laps.
Absolutely, and it comes real quick here because it's a 25-second delta between the GTPs and the GTOs. You got to remember the GTOs started about 30 seconds on track behind the GTPs. So the first time through the traffic will come thick and fast, and the Audis will not be separated. They're all still in a pack drafting, so these GTPs need to find some separation between themselves before they get to the Audis. Otherwise, they're going to be bunched up behind each other. And we've seen these cheese wedges like to pick up cars when they bump into the back of them. We can see a big incident if they're not careful.
Sounds like we got a couple replays of the start here, so let's take a look, see if we can break down what happened. A couple little offs there coming down into the hurry downs. I think that might be Ruiz, yeah, that we're seeing on screen, who just gets a little bit spun, and that actually wasn't as wild as I thought it would be. A lot of cars scattering to avoid, but thankfully no real major hits.
No, everyone did a really good job there to just jump on the binders and make sure to give Ruiz the space he needed to recover that vehicle. So great job from all the drivers. They're thinking ahead, Joe. They're thinking about this like an endurance race, and it is one, but it's so easy to fall into the trap of making moves like this early on in the race. This is Stephen Morgan trying to hold it on the inside. That pushes Alexander Vanderson out wide. He took that wide line to avoid contact and managed to do so. That was a close moment.
Man, I mean, it's only lap 3 and Morgan's making hard pushes down to the inside, almost contact between the cars, but they'll leave enough space. That slows them down, though. This is Timothy Reed in the red machine coming up along inside and trying to take that P2 away down into turn 5. They're going to go wheel to wheel through there. Inside, still to Timothy Reed on another left-hander. He's going to finish the job.
Yeah, good job for Timothy Reed to make that pass. Now he's got to get himself back up that 1 second gap to Van der Sant and hang on to the back of him as they're closing in. They've got about half a lap to go before they catch traffic, so still a little bit of time for these drivers before they catch the back of the GTOs. And we're back on board with Van Hixie. He's trying to challenge Kundelis.
Yeah, usually we'd expect to see Leskola up here at the top at this stage. I thought I saw someone dropping down through the GTPs briefly, but I didn't quite catch who that was. We'll check and see if we can find out if there was been an incident, but oh, look at Van Hixie. He's closing in. Does he try to take the lead early? No, he's going to give a big lift.
Absolutely. It was Puteklis who actually went wide and hurried downs, just outbraked himself into the corner. He's back running again, just demoted himself back down to 17th position. Matt Malone, on the other hand, in the GTPs is currently the cork in the bottle in 12th position. He's got all the drivers down to 16th, tucked in behind him. He's got a second and a half up to Dylan Freckleton in 11th. So Matt really just trying to hang on in that red, white, and blue painted scheme.
Very star-spangled banner Nissan there for him. And in fact, with those drivers all crowded up behind him, we got some pass attempts as Valenteus is going to come through, and so will Parrish. Both of them managed to get by. So let's see, that is how many positions up? 9 up already for the number 15 car of Valenteus.
Valenteus doing a good job trying to climb his way up in the field. Looks like Barrera Ruiz has decided to park the car after that bad first lap. And here we go once again with the Audi pack. This is what I expected during this race, is to see these drivers just absolutely scrambled up next to each other, just because of how the way that this Audi works. It's just a big box, and honestly, it's really easy for these cars to just stay in this draft pack on this first stint. But then it comes down to maximizing that first pit stop. So the drivers have to think about saving as much fuel as possible, try and get a good run, so that they can make a gap when they come into this pit stop cycle.
Van Hixie's trying to play the long game here, and I do love the sense of humor that this community has. You can see the 92 will go wide, as these four-wheel drive cars don't really like to oversteer.
Yeah, no, they understeer a lot, and the Audis will start going wide about halfway through this full fuel stint. The Audi drivers, most of the series regulars, are not used to doing full fuel stints in these machines. They underfuel the car for the sake of the 40-minute races. Oh, we've had some contact in the GTOs again in the back of the field. John Weitendorf made some contact with Christopher Peitz and Doug Cloud. Doug Cloud, unfortunately, getting into more contact in the back of the field.
Interesting to see Chris Pies show up over here. Used to seeing him racing Porsches, but that's under the Volkswagen banner, as we've got more problems for Visky off of the final turn, missing the nose of the car. So this has definitely been a big hit for him.
Yeah, this was a self-created incident. Just got onto the inside curbing, and that upset the car. The left rear wheel unhooked for him, and he got into the outside wall. But we have a pass going on here. This is between Aaron Humphrey and Robert Nash for 5th.
Nash down to the inside, coming down into turn 5. He's going to have the apex, but could we get a cut back here from Humphrey? No. Nash makes a nice clean one. That'll get him in the top 5.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at what happened here with Doug Cloud and Pies as they were having a moment off of the off of this corner here, coming down to the straight. There's a misshift ahead from Pies, and that caused a bobble up here.
Oh, yeah, big one, and eventually made a little bit of contact. For those that aren't familiar, that's actually extremely common in these cars. The gearbox is just super finicky, and it's honestly, even regulars will wind up doing that from time to time.
Yeah, you got to give space on those corner exits and expect that someone's going to miss a shift at some point. Taking a look at the lead once again, Van Hixie does not like it. Looks like he wants to pass Kulis, and that's allowing Brassfield to catch back up. They have Millenberg and Yuka Leskala tucked in behind them as well, so it's now a 5-car train for the lead of the GTOs, and I don't think we're going to see a lot of passes here involving these 5 drivers.
So down into turn 3 once again. Yeah, I'd say everybody up at the front is playing that game right now. Meanwhile, the fun is about to begin. Van de Sant is catching the tail end of the Audi field. First, it's going to be one car in the form of Halewood, but then we've got that battle you were talking about. Pies, Jensen, Cloud all together.
Yeah, they'll catch the big pack about the time that they probably come out of a carousel.
This is for the lead. This is going to be a pass for the top spot in the GTPs. Reed read the traffic a little bit better, and he's going to be able to sneak through, but Van de Sant fights back under braking and actually goes very deep and takes it around the outside.
That was beautiful. He actually put his right wheel outside of the outside curb to make sure he had enough traction onto the braking zone to make that work. That was a veteran move from Van de Sant, one that probably will only work one time, but here they are up to the back of the first pack of Fleming Jensen, Christopher Pies, Doug Cloud, and John Feitendorf, all the drivers who were involved in that misshift incident.
Around the outside, they have so much more grip here in the carousel. They can do this, but then they got to cut back underneath. Oh, and they're going to catch them in the kink now. A few drivers are going to have a scary moment as they have to judge this well in the mix of this pack. Meanwhile, battle for the lead now has 3 cars. Morgan, Reed, and Van de Sande all fighting down into Canada corner.
Absolutely. Reed thought about going to the outside, then thought about going to the inside, but Van de Sande's going to hang on to it. Now they're up to the pack. This is one big, long train from 14th all the way up to the lead of the GTOs, and the GTPs are going to have to find their way through.
This is going to be a good spot to get them down the main straight. They'll have more top-end speed, although by the end, those Audis get chugging, and they're going to be going at a pretty equal pace. But here at the start, you can see they're so much quicker.
Absolutely, but now as the straight line speed keeps going, that really strong 800 horsepower in the Audis just continues to power them through. Sorry, 400. And as they come through the pack, you can see when they got to the end of the straight, they were quite a bit quicker than the Audis, still just under the braking. But now side by side, a little bit of contact there for our leader Van de Sande against Raymond Tew, who just turned in on him a little bit. But now back going again, should be a no harm, no foul at this stage.
Yeah, he'll get away with that one. And look at him have to slalom his way around as Morgan continues to fight and keep up with those top 2. We've seen this before in the regular series. Is he going to make the corner? Not really. Morgan went a bit deep in there, I think. Ambitious.
Absolutely, but yeah, Van de Sande and Timothy Reed a little bit split up as they go under the bridge. Now it's into a very dense pack of GTOs. Lundberg, Brassfield, Van Hixie, Kundelis, Leskala, up to our leaders, and Van der Sande can't find his way through. It's just bottled up right now.
Boxed in with no place to go. It's going to start to open up a bit now. He's going to swing around the outside once again as they pick him off one by one around the long carousel, plunging downhill and towards the kink. But this is why they have that will go wide on there. You could see it got tight.
Absolutely, but Timothy Reed able to sneak through, Morgan able to sneak through, and they're through. Yuka Leskala somehow, in all that chaos on this lap, is in the lead from 4th position, Joe. So I don't know what he did this lap, but he's now battling for the lead with Kundelis as they go into Canada corner, and they're bottling up the GTPs behind him.
Oh, this is Nash fighting with power right now, and they're trying to get their own little race going as they all get backed up coming over Bill Mitchell Bend. This is going to get a bit nuts. Humphrey trying to make the passes. They go on either side of Leskala and of our leader, Sliumba, or Kundelis rather. Car going off course. He's going to catch it in time. We don't have a wreck, but it almost was.
I mean, I don't know what they were thinking there. It was a miracle that nobody ended up backwards, but still side by side for the lead as that was Andres Valenteus going by. Here comes Olenicek and Freckleton. But look at this. That's going to be Kundelis who misses the apex because he can't turn in.
Still Leskala fighting him hard for the top spot. Van Hixie is also there. He could try and take the lead away from them. Matt Malone starting to approach the Star Spangled Banner car. He should have a good run coming down the main straight, though, although almost gets boxed in. And once again, look at that slipstream between our leaders. They gain on each other so easily.
Absolutely. This is still the first fuel stint for all these drivers. No pit stops have been taken at this stage of the game, and the GTPs are just about halfway through. You can see it's 3 wide behind them. Look at the chaos going on off the rear bumper of Leskala.
And it might not even be that they're trying to pass. It's just everybody's braking zone has been compromised, and they got to stay heads up. I think Timothy Reed may have just had a problem.
But look at the chaos. Look at all this look at how insane it is right here. This is the kind of thing, you look at your rearview mirror and you think, okay, never mind. They'll figure out a way around me. Because there's no way you could sort out what's going to happen or what to predict as you come around these corners.
The advice the regulars always give is hold your racing line. Don't vary from it. Just do your thing. And it is up to that faster class to try and overtake as Puteklis is doing everything he can to overtake his rival as well.
Yeah, that's Jungbluth and Puteklis duking it out with each other as they go down to Canada corner. I think Puteklis is going to look for a move. He's gone deep a couple of times, but not this time around. He's going to decide better of it.
So Jungbluth going to hold on to 16th at least for now. Coming up over Bill Mitchell Bend. You can see how much of a blind crest it is through there. And finally, they're into the clear, but not back here.
a wreck just happened with Jorge Gonzaga, and I believe that is Matt Lunda who went off as well. No, that's, yeah, that is Jorge Gonzaga.
Looks like Brett Gardner. Yeah, Brett Gardner got hit by Chassanet Vincent, unfortunately, and Gonzaga was involved in it. So it looks like Timothy Vaughn, who I mentioned had an off. Looks like this maybe happened, this is down into turn 5. I thought I saw it around coming through a little later. No, I was thinking of Reed. Excuse me. Whoa!
Yeah, so Vaughn gets clipped just a little bit. There's still a little bit of a visual discrepancy between the rear drop of the rear wing on the GTP and where the actual hitbox is for the car. It can catch drivers out. We've seen it happen. We see it happen occasionally in the IMSA Vintage series itself, but then also the Road America 500. Fairly normal to see this. We have a nice battle going on here, though, between Nick Mucanos, Raymond Chu, Mads Lunda, and Davide Spada.
Yeah, Mucanos at the nose of this train. How do you even parse this if you're poor Gonzaga, who's just trying to get past them at this stage? In fact, I think he might be trying to unlap himself. I'm not entirely sure. And all of these drivers are fighting for position, so he can't do much here, although he just about... Oh, he does take somebody out!
Big wreck with Gonzaga taking out Gardner, Bruno, and Spada. I think Gonzaga was just trying to go to the inside of the bridge, and the Audis went too wide there. I'll have to take a look at it again.
Yeah, it looked like it had bad news written on it, and by the time he stuck his nose in, it all unfolded oh so quickly between them. As we come back to our leaders in the GTOs, we're only a lap 10 out of 124, by the way, so buckle up. We're in for quite a haul on this one. And Koundalis leads Leskala, leads Van Hixie.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the craziest stint for all the drivers. You just want to survive this stint, get to that fuel moment, and you should be okay. We're going to take a look at the replay to see what happened here with Gonzaga. As they go through hurried downs, he gets off track just a little bit, and coming back on, clips Spada just a tiny bit, and that sends them into that jutting out tire barrier, and that sends them back into the rest of the field. And I mean, the fact that it was only 3 other GTOs is actually a miracle.
And Matt Bruno was one of the other ones that kind of innocently got caught up in that one. He was that red, white, and black Audi on the outside, spun off to the runoff. As Raymond 2 still in this pack, though, as they come down into turn 3. We got a bit of a train, but it is a lot more sparse than it was about 2 minutes ago.
Absolutely. Here's our leaders again. Koundalis, Leskala, and Van Hixie. Van Hixie, who was in second position, has traded that out for Leskala. Leskala looks like he's content to be in that second position. They've got Brassfield, who has been separated by the GTPs. There are no more GTPs to come through this time around. But the GTPs are about half a lap away from coming through the pack again. So these GTO drivers have probably 2 to 3 laps of free running to save fuel, to save tires before the chaos begins again.
Plunging it down into turn 8 and then switching directions into the carousel. This has been basically the MO of all these drivers. Just follow in a line, don't challenge quite yet. Think about saving some fuel on these longer straights where the draft is so powerful in these cars. And heading into the kink, you can see how tough of a time they have trying to get that car to steer into that corner.
The kink is a nightmare in the GTO. You have to set the car right and then just kind of let it drift through the corner. The GTO having a rally heritage and then modified to be a road car for the IMSA series, and quite frankly, it just does not like to handle those kinds of turns. We take a look back at the battle down in, this is the battle for 11th position with Makhmudov, Blasco, and Gardner. The Audis have separated Joe into about 5 separate packs at this point, 5 distinct packs, and are now, that's going to be the challenge for the GTPs as they cut through, is if they get caught in the middle of any of these packs, they're going to have some trouble.
Certainly, and as they get ready for turn 1 here, we see a bit of a move, because definitely defense coming from Makhmudov. Looks like Blasco's not able to make it. Oh, he has a missed shift now as he pulls off to the side. You can see how far he is back now coming over the hill. Gardner easily passed him.
Yeah, absolutely. So Makhmudov doing a good job to get out of the way. That's exactly what you want to do if you do a misshift. You just kind of, frankly, have to just accept it. Unless this is like the last lap of the race, just get out of the way, make sure no one runs into you, and just recover, try and hang on to the back of the pack and keep going.
What a wild start to this 500-mile event. Van Hixie still trailing Koundalis. Koundalis, we've seen a lot. Van Hixie, we've seen a fair bit recently, but before that, I'd call him not really a regular yet, but definitely becoming a fixture in this series.
I think he's got about, I think he's about half of last season under his belt, so doing a good job. Here's a nice move. Robert Nash trying to get a move done on Timothy Reed. Reed, a series regular. Nash, very quick in high downforce machines. You can see that's going to be Vaughn giving Nash, or rather Reed giving Nash some room here. He's going to still push it. If he can hang on through this corner here, he'll be able to hang on through the quick right-hander into Hurry Downs. So if he can get this move done, Reed should be able to hang on to the position. He does so. Is he going to cover off the inside? Nope. Nash is too far back to make a move. So a good defense from Reed.
Absolutely. And, Timothy Vaughn going slow. What happened to Timothy back there? Because he was in this group and now suddenly drops. Oh, excuse me. He's a lap down. Pardon me. I thought he was battling for position.
Down. He had that major damage that he had to go in and get repaired. He was in the pits for a full minute getting that rear wing banged straight. So he's probably got some under tray damage as well. That's going to be affecting his straight line speed. So Vaughn, in it for the long haul, it's going to be a long 4 hours for him.
I can sympathize. I ran this one, I think the first year they had the event, and I got spun early in the race, and it became just kind of a slog of just, well, pick off whatever cars you can come across as time goes by. It gets a bit lonely, but it is still a challenge because you constantly have to watch for those faster class cars every lap. Leskala is still sitting in second as we're going to take a look at another replay here. Let's see what we're going to get a glance at.
Timothy Reed, oh yeah, he went wide there, so that actually gave up the position to Nash as they went up the hill. So Timothy Reed just going a little bit wide. It's going to be the tail of the tape, and it just happened again, actually. He was in behind Nash and just got it a little bit too, got oversteer coming through the corner onto the straight and had to slam on the brakes and park it. So Reed all the way down now to 9th position, just getting passed by Jamie Hall.
Yeah, well, he's going to try to get back underneath him here, and he's going to take the apex away. Down into turn 6, the car does not look good. It slides out from under him. There must be some damage or something. It's not handling well right now.
I think he's just pushed the rear tires too hard, Joe. It takes a good 2, 3. So you can see the rear end's just snapping on him. I think his rear tires are too hot. The car won't stay underneath him. Most of the weight of this car is on the front axle. It's a good like about 55-45 split, and that even just that little bit, I think you can see Reed, he's being very gentle through the kink here. He doesn't want to take it at full speed, and that's a good choice because with the rear tires as hot as they are, you can see him lose it through the kink and hit the inside wall. We've seen it happen in IMSA before in real life, and it definitely can happen here if you're not careful.
We're looking at Valenteus. He just passed for 4th place, past Robert Nash there. He's gained 19 positions in 13 laps. This is about to start lap 14 for him. He's to 4th place, and he's 6.8 seconds behind Van de Sande. It is definitely not out of the question that he could fight for this win coming from the back of the field.
Oh, absolutely. If he's this far up at this stage in the race, we're only 13 laps in of 124. He's got plenty of time. And Timothy Reed's going to be our first one to come to the pits.
I can't imagine this is just for tires. I still say that he's got some sort of damage to the car, especially if he's pitting this early. This is not within the pit window.
I'm just not seeing anything on the car. I agree with you. This does seem unusual. He's going to come in for tires. He's going to take fuel, so maybe it's just...
Under tray, maybe?
Possibly. I'll have to take a look to see whether or not he stays longer than tires and fuel for the stop, but... Yeah, we go back to our battle for the lead, and the GTOs as our GTP leaders are about to come up to the back of this pack.
Yeah, the Nissan known for using the ground effects for a lot of its speed, so if there's damage underneath it that we can't see right now, that will greatly affect the balance of the car and the grip through the corners. Then Hicksey going to let that GTP on through, and off they carry on with their fights. Although, is there a move to the inside now from Leskala? Maybe he's done trying to ride behind. He is indeed, and it's an easy pass as Kundelis doesn't fight it. Some contact behind him, Adam.
Yeah, Hassana and Brassfield. Hassana absolutely sent it on Brassfield. Brassfield tried to give him the room, but he was on the binders already. He couldn't really adjust his car angle. So Hassana trying to cut his way through, and doing so with abandon. Valenteus gets his nose cut off a little bit by Lundberg, and here is Javier Soto trying to make his way through, trying to stay ahead of Fabian Jungbluth.
One thing that we should probably mention too, you talked about overheating the tires. The weather's actually heated the track up. The air temperature is still the same, but the sun has been out quite a bit lately. So it's gone from the early 80s to now 92 degrees Fahrenheit on the track and rising, and it's still not noon yet, so it could still go up.
Absolutely, and I expect that it will. Over the course of this race, I expect the track temperature will continue to rise. I would not be surprised to see it somewhere around 110 by the end of this race, with the afternoon sun starting to bake on it. It's 11:37 a.m. virtual standard time for these drivers, as Valenteus trying to duke it out now with our top three drivers, Toka Hazara and Robert Nash.
But Nash got back by him somehow. I'm not sure when that happens, but that's an interesting development as we jump back to Jamie Hall instead. Coming up over the Corvette bridge. He's trying to run away from Javier Soto. This is for the 13th position. Another good name out there for the 420 car. Jamie Hall and the Lonely Welshman.
Absolutely. Jamie Hall is trying to drive that Welsh flag. Oh my goodness, takes it a little bit wide. Good move there from Fabian Jungbluth to not get into the back. Actually, it's Javier Soto to not get into the back of him. Good move there for Soto to back off and allow for the Welshman to hang on to it there.
I mean, it's still a good move from Jungbluth because he also had to avoid it, and he gained a spot out of that craziness. Now they start to catch this group up here, our leaders in the GTOs. And interesting to note, Leskala, now that he's gotten ahead, he's actually running away.
I mean, I'm not surprised, Joe. This is Leskala we're talking about. The man doesn't know how to go slowly. And it does not surprise me to see him take off like that. He currently has a 1.2 second gap over Kundelis. That's pretty much the edge of the draft range. Now they have GTPs cutting through. This is Matt Malone trying to stay ahead of Pitt and Parrish and Ann Medema. And Matt Malone's going to cut to the inside here of Leskala and get ahead. But here we see Parrish cutting through as well, pretty efficiently there. But yeah, Leskala up to 1.1 seconds, still within the draft of Arturas Kundelis. But Kundelis now not making it well through the last couple of corners. It's going to back him off a touch.
Well, that's what surprises me isn't the speed of the Rusty Glacier car, but more just the fact that he's able to, that he decides to break away this early, because I would have thought that he'd want to try and continue to save fuel, but I guess maybe he thought he doesn't have the time to sit around like that. That was Van Hicksey, who got hit by Balassa, who's going to almost get a second battering to the side of the car. Thankfully, they stay apart from one another that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Balassa, honestly, it's a miracle that nobody ended up wrecked there. That was major contact and a big hop for the GTO, but Balassa's still trying to cut his way through this pack now.
Ian Brassfield still sitting in the 4th spot in the GTOs here. He's been a bit of a dark horse on this one because he's been very quietly following, hasn't really ruffled any feathers up there, but just holding on to this group. Now, granted, they are losing a little bit of touch now that Leskala decided it's go time, but I have to say I'm impressed with Brassfield, the way that he's been very intelligently running this race.
Yeah, Brassfield's got a good head on his shoulders and good about keeping things calm and keeping things as safe as possible. I expect to see him up there in the top 5 all day during this race as we have a driver off. Who is that? Is that Kundelis? No, that is Kundelis. Who?
Yeah.
very, very wide there, and I don't believe he was pushed wide, but now he's all the way back behind Brassfield, who inherits the position.
Well then, this is changing things up dramatically compared to 2 laps ago. And sounds like we might get a replay of that here. And unfortunately, with a lot of drivers from around the world, netcode is often a thing in that. Yeah, oh, that was a massive bit of netcode.
Yeah, I think he was going to be just clear, but unfortunately the 92 getting pushed wide. So Kundalus no longer on the back of Joran Van Hixie. Van Hixie 3 seconds behind Leskala. That is officially a broken draft. And now it is Van Hixie, Brassfield, Kundalus, and Lundberg who are all in the line, with Van Hixie about 7/10 between himself and Brassfield. So it's now all a battle for second as Leskala starts to run away 5 seconds now.
Wow. Impressive stuff there. And let's not forget that it's not just Leskala in this car, but they've also got Joni Hagner, who's massively fast in this Audi. So it's going to be difficult, even when the drivers change, to keep up with that Glacier machine. Aaron Humphrey, in the meantime, in the Apex Racing car, chasing on Valenteus. Valenteus, who we thought was going to continue to catch the leaders, has now fallen to 11 seconds behind them for some reason and continued to lose to Robert Nash. I wonder if there was contact that we missed, and maybe Valenteus has lost some pace here.
Yeah, Valenteus definitely looking like he's got a little bit of understeer in his GTP, which is not normally the case for Valenteus. He tends to run a fairly loose car. It's entirely possible that he's just trying to save fuel, but if that's the case, he would be closer up to Robert Nash. So I think you're right, Joe. There's likely possibly some damage on him that's affecting his speed. He's still got decent speed, about the same as what Humphrey was in the draft of Valenteus. So not a straight line speed issue, but possibly a cornering speed issue for him.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on it, because that's a bit of a mystery right now as to what has suddenly held up a driver who just absolutely blitzed his way through the field and now suddenly seems stuck here with drivers that I wouldn't expect him to be on pace with compared to the leaders. Regardless, we'll try and keep an eye on that as it all carries on. We've only lost officially the 00 team, the 9 team, and now the number 4, it looks like, are out of this race. We still have 43 cars on track.
Absolutely, 43 cars on track, and that's a great amount of cars to be racing right now. And that's all before the first pit stop, which should be coming up in somewhere around 10, maybe 15 minutes time for our drivers. They should be able to go 45 to 50 minutes on a stint of fuel. In the GTPs, it's somewhere around 42 to 45. GTOs tends to be 45 to 50.
Back over to Kundalus now, still behind Brassfield as he's jumped his way up into the podium positions. Noel Lundberg also has been kind of quietly waiting in there behind, sitting in 5th spot. They're going to get overtaken by Timothy Reed, who slides his way into the hurry downs. Thankfully doesn't run into anybody. Now he's going to be able to at least get a bunch of them around the carousel.
Absolutely. So there you see the drivers racing it around the carousel there. And man, this track at this stage in the race where you're settled in, you're still in some battles with other drivers, but you're settled into your own battles. You're just kind of just getting yourself comfortable in the car, just calming down a bit. This is where I start to really, really enjoy these cars. Just you have to wrestle at every corner, yeah, but that just keeps things interesting as they keep going. Kundalus trying to still hang on to the back of Brassfield.
I wonder if he's deciding it's not worth trying to fight to the front of this group, because remember, he was leading the way for a good chunk of this. So Kundalus probably wasn't getting as good fuel mileage as some of his rivals around him. So maybe he's switching gears and thinking, okay, let's make the best of what we've got and just try and go long term.
Absolutely, and long term is the way you need to think about this at this stage in the game. We still have, I mean, we're only on lap 16. The last time I mentioned it, we were on what, lap 12, 13? So not a lot of time has gone by, quite frankly, since the last time we talked about it. You do have to keep reminding yourself that you're not in a sprint race. You have to keep reminding yourself that this is something that like we're seeing here, Matt Bruno not making the pass on John Weitendorf into turn 1. But we have Van Hixie trying to make a move on 4th position on Brassfield. Going to go around the outside, get squeezed out.
I think that was Brassfield making the move on Van Hixie, wasn't it? Or, yeah, because he's now up into 2nd. He was 3rd last lap. So Van Hixie overtaken. And here I was talking about that number 29 car and how he's just kind of quietly doing his thing. Well, he's not quiet anymore.
No, not at all. So Brassfield up to that 2nd position. They're still 3 seconds behind Leskola, but I would have expected Leskola to put the hammer down a little bit more. So it's honestly not separated that much for the lead. Now we know that Leskola is very good on and off of pit road, so it's likely he'll gain more time in the pit stop cycle. But if he makes a mistake or takes it too hot into the pits, that could definitely change the game.
Usually, if I'm honest, I would have expected that these GTOs would have the huge gap, because we've often seen that with some of our fast Finns that love this Audi GTO, and the Glacier team has a lot of Finns. But instead, it's the big gap up in the GTPs, because Van de Sant is about 8.5 seconds ahead of Morgan now that they've gone through the field twice. So it seems like the traffic much more well managed by the 97, who is a regular driver in this series. So he's using that to great effect.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here we see this train of Audis all tucked in behind Brassfield for that 2nd position, all trying to catch up to the back of Jukka Leskola. In the lead of the GTPs, Van der Sant has 8 seconds-ish over Stephen Morgan and has been pulling that out over the course of the race. So we're definitely in that settle-in point, Joe. We're definitely getting ready to settle in and make it to those first pit stops, even with the GTPs cutting through the pack again. Our leader, Van der Sant, has caught up to the back of this pack.
I appreciate the split paint scheme here on the number 99 Friesen. Oh, and we're going to have a big move up the inside, as I think Lundberg is tired of waiting himself. In fact, I think he got 2 for 1 on that one. Oh no! Down to the inside, contact between Friesen and Kundelis. It has completely gone awry for the slow and confused team. They were running an excellent race, and in the series of a few laps, they've fallen out of the lead. Now they've had a major bit of contact with another of their fellow class drivers.
Yeah, and that's a toe breakage as well. Kundelis' left front is completely out of alignment, and this was all due to a misshift from Kundelis, unfortunately. So it was a self-imposed injury. Here's the misshift, and Friesen powers up, tries to go around him, but can't do so. That's major right front damage for Friesen, major left front damage for Kundelis.
Both of them limping. Kundelis is barely at pace here.
Whoa, big damage on the front of the 25 right now. That's Joram Van Hixie with major front end damage.
Where did that come from? That is going to make, I mean, it's already a brick in a straight line, but even worse now. Look at that, just crunched up. He hit something.
This was on the front straight just this last lap. He ran into the back. He tried to bump draft Brassfield and just pancaked him.
And while this isn't an outrageously wild race compared to a lot of IMSA Vintage races that we have on this channel, I think this is par for the course. This is what you need to be ready for when you're racing these 89 IMSA cars, is that it's gonna have the unexpected come your way at some point, including if you're in Brassfield, barely getting away without contact with Hisada.
Looks like Dylan Freckleton has gone into the pits. Don't see any damage for him, so I believe this is going to be regular service. No black flags either.
Yeah, so
side by side though between Hisada and Nash, and it's going to be Hisada who is able to hold off the pick from Nash. Nash made it on Jukka Leskola, streaked by our leader in the GTOs, and continued their fight.
In fact, with the Togo in that 3rd spot, our top 3 are exactly where they started this race. Nick Mukanos, there's a name that we know well here in this series, sitting in 3rd in the GTOs. Brassfield into P2. Noel Lundberg back in behind them as they continue to try and chase on Leskola, who's gapped them by about 4 seconds now that they've had all that messing around back here.
Nick Mikonos is an interesting character. He's a great guy, but he really does not like it when the Nissans make dives down to the inside. So it's very fun to see him out here racing in this series once again. He's been taking a break from the regular series, but out here for the Road America 500. Nick Mikonos, a regular in this series for many years, but has been taking a break this season.
Glad to see him back for the big event as they'll break down into Canada corner. Van Hixie under attack from Noker. I don't think we've even talked about that number 13 car. He's going to sneak up into the top 5. Yeah,
Robert Noaker making a good move there on the inside of Van Hixie. And what's funny is that a lot of these drivers up here at this stage, well, Van Hixie for sure, has damage at this stage. You can see Timothy Vaughn still trying to plug away laps there after his incident. Seamus Power streaking his way through as well. But looking at Robert Nash once again on the back of Toka Hisada, this battle has been going on for quite a few laps. We have some more drivers into the pits. Matt Malone and Ann Medema.
Yep, looks like also Jamie Hall going to be taking his pit stop here. Will we see anybody starting to do some driver swaps after the first stint, or are they going to carry on here for the first half of this race?
Well, considering Matt Malone's name, team name is Matt Alone, I don't think we're going to see a driver change.
Yeah, not him.
And Medema does not look like they are making a driver change either. Matt Malone missed his pit box, unfortunately.
He's talking to his chat, I guess.
I mean, that's the best time to check it, is when you're trundling down on the pit limiter.
Mats Lundy here in this group that has been now an ever-changing cast of characters. For the first 10 laps or so, it was all the same people at the front of the line in the GTOs, but check in each lap and it's going to be someone different, it seems, in this first main group. Battling for second, though, interestingly, not for the lead.
Yeah, the lead still only 3 seconds, so Leskola seems content to hang on to a 3-second lead right now. We know that he's been... Oh, our leader's in. Vandersant has decided to take to the pits, so we might be reaching the end of the fuel window. Looks like Morgan's going to come in as well. Hisada, though, going to go around another time.
He's the only one of this top group that is able to carry on. Must have been doing a fantastic job on fuel saving there. Christoph Olenek also on his way in. Seamus Power joining.
Official races. There are no rules about where you can drive on the pit lane, so we see a very wide pit lane and very many options when it comes to how you drive down it.
Exactly. Okay, Timothy Reed's already been into pit lane. We think that may have been for some damage, although I know you said it was a regular length pit stop, so that still remains unknown on if he did have damage or not. But the number 6 car should be able to kind of cycle back in with this group, but now he's also off strategy.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I did take a look really quickly to see what some of the pit strategies were for the morning splits, and it looked like there was a half split towards the end of the race. So it's possible that Timothy Reed is deciding to take the half split at the beginning of the race and go for a full split towards the end. So that might be his strategy call.
The only thing I don't like about people doing that so early in this race is now he's locked himself into that. He can't deviate from that strategy. As Timothy Reed, is he?
And it comes out in 4th, actually. So
yeah, but second of those who have stopped. So this means that he's likely going to be either 2nd or 3rd on the track. We still need Hisada and Jungbluth to pit, and Hisada, well, actually he's in right now, so we're going to be finding out very soon on how this is going to play out.
Yeah, this is definitely the farthest that the GTPs can go. If they went any farther, they go past the 45-minute mark, and that would be absolutely beyond their capability. So I expect Jungbluth to come in as well this lap as well. Hisada's into the pits, and Jungbluth should be following closely behind, coming around the final corner now. You'll see Jungbluth come in as well, so that will release Vandersant back to being the leader, 4.5 seconds up over Timothy Reed.
So a little bit smaller of a gap compared to what he had before. But this is definitely a car where if you're going to save fuel, you're going to have to do it simply with your feet. You're not going to be able to turn a knob on the inside of the cockpit and give it to sip a little bit less. Van de Sant might be showing his third, but we'll see him retake that lead here as he comes up the hill.
No fuel maps. Your fuel map is your right foot, so that's why we see a lot of drafting going on in the GTOs. Looks like Nick McConos makes a move for second position very easily on Ian Brassfield. So Nick McConos now chasing down Yuka Leskala. This Dirty Torque and Glacier Racing battle that we saw for many years in the IMSA Vintage previously, when it was under its previous name, the Camel GT series. The IMSA Vintage series now seeing that battle stoke up again. Nick McConos now 2.4 seconds behind Leskala, so Leskala might be saving fuel, or the drivers behind are just faster at this point in the race.
Interesting, worth noting, he's racing under Death Grip Racing right now, so it's not with the Dirty Torque name on the car, at least officially in iRacing right now, but doing very well to represent them for sure. Hisada back into third after his pit stop, 5 seconds behind Timothy Reed. So maybe this worked out pretty well. Maybe Reed's call put him in clean air.
So Timothy Reed is in the gap between Van de Sant and Hisada, and that gap is actually relatively the same as when they came into the pits. It's about 8.5 seconds now between Van de Sant and Hisada. So that stayed the same. Timothy Reed's just slotted himself into second. So if he can hang on to that over the course of this race, he'll be in a good position to get second position or first if Van de Sant has a problem. So, but Reed just has to play his cards right now. He's definitely off cycle, and he's gonna have to battle through the mid pack and the back pack of the GTPs to do it. He's given himself an uphill battle, but his alternate strategy, I mean, it's given him an opportunity.
And remember, he was losing positions when he pitted, so he was down around, what, 6th or 7th or thereabouts. So him to emerge in second place definitely means that he was faster on that last stint compared to the other cars. Now, that could have been through traffic. That could have been him just being able to run better laps without having to battle his own class along with the Audis. So Aaron Humphrey in a nice little fight here, getting to the inside of Nash. Nash doesn't have really much to try and fight back. Momentum is on the side of the number 3. Let's see if he finishes the job in turn 1, and indeed he does.
And Nash going to fall in behind. Nash, everyone having a decent cycle of pit stops. Looks like one driver took 1 tick less of fuel. That is Dylan Freckleton down in 9th position, the lean, mean Phil Collins machine. So he's the only driver who did not take a full tank of fuel out of all of the GTPs. So we got a nice battle for the GTOs just up ahead of Aaron Humphrey and Robert Nash as they slide down towards Robert Noaker and Nick McConos, who are side by side for that second position in the GTOs.
I'm not as familiar with Noaker here. I don't remember seeing him in the IMSA Vintage series. So moving up to P2, he's definitely one that's made himself noticed now. Round the outside of turn 7. That was risky from both Humphrey and Nash. Thankfully, it didn't become an accident, but wow.
Yeah, doing a good job from those drivers to slide their way through and the GTOs to not run into the back of them. So good moves from everyone involved to stay on top of it. We're taking a look at Valenteus, who's tucked in behind Hisada and Morgan in the pit stop cycle. Did a good job. Robert Nash lost time in the pit stop cycle. I'm not entirely sure where, because his pit lane time is actually faster than the drivers around him. But he's fallen back down to 7th position. Remember, at one point he was ahead of Valenteus. So yeah, the pit stops averaging around 48 seconds for the GTPs, and we have yet to see the GTOs come into the pits. I'd expect them sometime in the next 2 to 3 laps.
We've snuck under 100 laps to go now at this stage, so we're into the real meat of the race as we've at least gotten past the first chaotic opening stint, and at least the GTPs have all taken their pit stops. We're still waiting for the GTOs. Looks like somebody's electing to go in. That was Mads Lundy.
All right, yeah, so I was thinking around 50 minutes was going to be what the number was going to be, and it looks like Lundy deciding to take 1 lap early, trying to do an undercut here on the field is Lundy. So it'll be interesting to see how that works. It doesn't tend to work out in the GTOs. You want to go as far and as long as you can, because the GTOs are much quicker when they're on lighter fuel.
Dylan Freckleton here, and definitely one of the funnier names we've got out there, the lean, mean Phil Collins machine. running top 10, is trying to keep up with Jonathan Oshalim there in the number 12 car. But he'll need to get a little bit closer for a realistic shot at trying to overtake him. They do have a bit of traffic coming up. That might offer opportunities.
Absolutely. So Oshalim replacing Seamus Power in that pit stop. So a driver change for JO Motorsports. Oshalim on his first laps of the day, doing a good job in there in the top 10. Just trying to stay ahead of Freckleton, one of our series regulars.
Absolutely. And Dylan, also known for racing in the Lotus 79s himself, and usually quite quick in that one too. So he's translating that well to another car that uses those ground effects to try and make its speed, although he gets slowed up dealing with Lundberg and then with Mukanos between the kink and the carousel.
Yeah, so Freckleton dropping down to 1.3 seconds behind Oshalim, so that's going to break up that battle. But Oshalim getting held up a little bit through Canada corner by Leskala. And here is Nick Mukanos still trying to duke it out with Robert Noaker for second position. These two have been swapping positions a little bit, and I think I have found possibly the reason why Yuko Leskala is not going as quickly as he thought. No, it's just the paint scheme. I thought he had left front damage, but no. Just the paint scheme, because Noaker's up to 2.2 seconds. They're almost within draft range. They're going to go around one more time. Remember, this group has been fuel saving quite a bit, so they can go a couple of extra laps here probably. But I expect them this lap, if not the next.
Well, I mean, Rob has made himself known, because if you are catching Yuko Leskala, you are fast. So hopefully we'll get to see a bit more of him to maybe make a challenge in the regular series. Is Matt Malone making contact, unfortunately, with the lonely Welshman. And more cars. That was one of our leaders. And then, Van Hixie gets collected as well. Two more cars get tipped. You can see them in the background. It's an absolute mess out of turn 3.
Yeah, this was completely unnecessary. I mean, the original incident was one of the ones that you understand, but then everyone just piled in. I'm not used to seeing that at this level of racing, but unfortunately, everyone just kept piling into the incident, and we almost had more incidents as Van Hixie made an unsafe rejoin back underneath the Sargento Bridge. So
this one, I guess to make a bit of sense of it, because I went back and looked, we might see a replay hopefully a little later. It looks like they were checking up, but unfortunately, some of them didn't get the memo, so there were a few bumps that sent cars into the grass. That spun those cars that went into the grass, and so they swept across the track, collected more of them. So it was just kind of a comedy of errors.
Well, Robert Noaker has now caught within draft range of Yuko Leskala, so he's the only one left, really. Nick Mukanos got disenfranchised by that and is 3.4 seconds behind Noaker, so he's going to have a lot of work to do. He's got Brassfield carrying up with him. But Noaker free and clear to catch up to the back of Leskala. He is in the best opportunity to battle Leskala for a win of this race.
I mean, that promoted a few people. Sergio Blasco up to 5th. Makhmatov also up into 6th now. So here is where they're going to make contact. So Hall going to get hit from behind by Malone here. That's going to kick it all off. He gets checked up. Malone just got a little close. That's easy to do in these cars. And then that hits one of our GTO leaders. And then you could see in the backup, that's where Van Hixie kind of got off into the grass, and then he couldn't get it slowed up in time.
So it looks like we have Joran Van Hixie coming into the pits, understandably, with damage. I will say that Hall was not locking the brakes after getting spun. So he actually ended up rolling back and clipping Malone, which sent him back across the track. Oh my goodness, what a move here. This is Robert Nash trying to make the move on Aaron Humphrey, and he's going to get it done. That was some risky stuff there.
Almost an over-under there for Aaron. Can't quite get the exit off the corner as they crest over Bill Mitchell Bend. He'll fall back in the dirty air of the 196. Nice move from Robert Nash. He'll come back onto the main straight and continue to push forward. Was not as good in that pit stop sequence. He fell down to 6th position. So we'll see where he winds up in that. Ahead of him, You could just see it at the bottom of your screen. That was Valenteus overtaking Togo Hisada. Interesting.
Yeah, so Valenteus looks like he's back and quick again. Possibly just ran out of tires towards the end of the last stint, but he's going fast again and now past Togo Hisada and is going to try and get his way up to Stephen Morgan for third position. He's got a long way to go. We have a long way to go in this race, so definitely some time to be a little bit more measured here. But what's crazy is that the Audi pack has been broken up by that incident that we saw, and now most of them are fairly separated. Noaker, though, under a second to Leskala, so as they come around the final corner, I'm expecting... Now, Leskala's going to go around one more time. Noaker's going to try and do it as well, but he had a miss shift, so that's going to drop him back to 1.5 seconds. So the Audi's going pretty long at this stage in the race.
Very much so. Also, I do like this pushrod racing team. Hisada in the car right now, but he's teamed up with Sintez Galindo, multi-time champion. Hisada is a multiple-time 49 champion, Lotus 49, but he's a young, spunky, and smart driver. And Sintez Galindo is kind of the cool old head that knows how to bring the car home, and that's how he won most of his championships. So that's going to be a fun combo in this race.
This is Peter Balassa getting passed by Timothy Vaughn. Vaughn now officially back on the lead lap, but very much off strategy. He has 22 laps on his stint, whereas Balassa is only on his 7th lap. He did pit with the rest of the field. So Vaughn likely to go a lap down when he takes his next pit stop. I can report Matt Malone has gone in and out of the pits, but unfortunately for him, he's going to have to park it because that car is crabbing horribly. He was in there for 3 minutes, but unfortunately the suspension damage was not fixed. I believe Matt Malone's going to be out of this race if not sitting in the pits for a good couple of minutes getting some repairs.
And in fact, I'm also showing a black flag for him. Yeah, he's back into pit lane now. So I wonder if he maybe had too many incidents as well up to this point, although that'd be extremely early to rack up 50 of them. We're only on lap 30. But you get enough car contacts that it is possible. As we come back to Humphrey and Nash once again, these guys have been battling for a few laps now and making friends with one another. They're well ahead of Olenek behind them by about 8 seconds, so there's no worry there. But if they don't mess around too much, they're catching up to Hisada in front of them.
Absolutely, the cloud cover increasing, so the track temperature down a single degree since we last talked about it, from 92 to 91 Fahrenheit. Still the same Celsius at 33. Just a smidge cooler for these drivers as we're getting more patchy overcast here. So yeah, here we go with Robert Nash going around the outside of Davide Spada. And Aaron Humphrey tucking to the inside as well. Looks like we do have some pit stops. Robert Noaker into the pits from second.
Aha, okay. So this, I expect, is likely to be a bit more scheduled compared to some of the rivals who had to pit because of damage a little earlier. I do also see Raymond 2 also pitting in, so I think we're getting close to that pit window ending for the GTOs. Weitendor also pitting in, looks like Halewood, also Matt Bruno pitting for the GTOs, but Rusty Glacier and Garage 66 both stay out this lap.
Yeah, and they're in the best positions for any sort of lead challenge. Getting extra laps on your pit stops, this is absolutely crucial when it comes to the Audi, and this makes total sense because Hugo Leskala hung out in that draft pack for a good half of that first stint. So now he's going to have extra lap of fuel on the rest of the drivers and have even more buffer to play around as the rest of the pack in for the pit stops.
Yeah, so only 2 of them managing to go that extra lap. For Brassfield, that does make sense. Like I said, he spent a lot of time sitting and riding there, and we know Leskala had a bit of time, but then he pushed his way forward. So not only did they save good fuel, they are incredibly quick here today. Brassfield out through the kink, keeping it well within the boundaries of the curbs, not wanting to risk the car touching the grass, exiting that swift and narrow corner.
About an average of 48.5 seconds on the pit stop. Some drivers taking light fuel. Damir Makhmudov he was the one who tried the undercut. and he only took 46 seconds of fuel versus the 48 that the rest of the field took. A couple of drivers taking 47, so a couple of different strategies as Leskala dives into the pits. Let's see if Brassfield can follow. No. Brassfield around again. Okay.
Well, like I said, he was sitting and just watching from that line for a long time, and then once he did go, he looked like he had a lot of speed. So this must have been massive fuel saving from that number 29 machine as we check out Sergio Blasco in a little fight.
We actually need to go to the lead of the GTPs because Van der Sant has been fairly slow recently. He was 3 seconds slow last lap compared to Timothy Reed. And Reed,
there's damage.
Yes.
Severe damage.
Oh, boy.
Trying to see if I can find where that happened. Looks like on lap 30 I'm seeing. I haven't found the incident quite yet, but yeah, left front is just crumpled.
Yeah, this is...
He made contact with Weitendorf coming through Canada corner. Just a simple run into the back of the Audi.
It was a misshift from Weitendorf, unfortunately. So that's huge straight line speed drop from Van der Sant, and he can't take another pit stop right now. I mean, he might have to save the speed, but he's only 9 laps into his stint. Timothy Reed now inherits the lead on his alternate strategy. This is the best case scenario for Timothy Reed right now.
It really is. Let's see, what lap did Reed pit in? I'm trying to see if I can find it. That was 13 or 14. So yeah, I mean, assuming Reed is working it backwards, we think he's got his number right, then that means it'll be another 4 or 5 laps or something like that for Van der Sant before he can pit to kind of do the same thing.
At least. So Van der Sant's in a really bad position. This is going to allow Stephen Morgan to push forward. Valentinus has dropped off the back of Stephen Morgan 2 seconds. So.
Van der Sant's in. He's
yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Might as well just get it over with now. It's going to put him off strategy, but maybe he could drop it to a pack and save some fuel. Here's Doug Cloud. Doug's not had a great day. He's pitted. He's on his second lap of his stint, and he's had a couple of incidents already. Currently tucked in behind Sergei Blasco and Damir Makhmudov. So a couple of drivers up ahead of him for him to attack, but Doug more or less on a recovery drive at this point, and quite frankly, it's a miracle he has as little damage as he does.
Yeah, but Doug's a fighter. We've seen that, and we know he'll probably try and stick with it all the way to the end, and we'll see whether or not that'll get him a good result. It is an endurance race, as you said, so I think over time we will see some of that attrition start to show its head. If not drivers retiring, at least drivers having problems. My goodness, Robert Nash is definitely putting the pressure on Hisada here.
Absolutely. That was a scary moment there with Nash getting very loose on power. I think you want to try and get a move done into the hurry downs, decide better of it, but through the carousel we go, and this is where it's hard in the GTBs if you're trying to save tires to run in the tire tracks of a driver like Hisada. So Nash doing a good job here, gonna get some overspeed on Hisada. I don't think he's gonna be close enough at a Canada corner. They've had a change for the lead. Brassfield into the pits, yes, and a regularly scheduled pit stop for him. So he's in and out 47 seconds, and he's gonna fall behind Robert Noaker by about 2 seconds. So Brassfield with an extra lap of fuel on the rest of the field as Joni Hagner switches out in the Rusty Glacier machine for Jukka Leskala, and Glacier Racing into the lead again.
All right, Hagner going to pick up the torch. It's got a gap of about 5.3 seconds over iRacing United with Noaker in behind him, trying to see if he can cut that down. He was before, but we'll see if that has changed now that we've got a new driver in the car, and he'll come up through the Corvette bridge, continuing to try to push as much as he can to keep that number 13 car at arm's length. About Damir down here in 7th position. That is Doug Cloud in front of him, who we were talking about earlier. Sergio Blasco on the other side of him. 3-way fight for 5th.
Yeah, so Cloud's made it past Makhmudov, and so has Blasco, so I think Makhmudov might have been a mistake earlier this lap. So Doug Cloud's got 1, trying to make his way up to 5th position. It's going to be 5.5 seconds up to Nick McConos up ahead. So Doug's still having some work to do. They've got Timothy Reed, our leader now in the GTPs, Oh, a little bit of contact between Damir Makhmudov and Timothy Reed, as Reed was expecting Makhmudov to go to the inside there, and Makhmudov had other ideas.
Don't see any damage on the nose of the car, so he may have gotten away with that one a bit lucky. That would be wild if he gets the lead from his rival having contact and then does the exact same thing. That would have given over to Morgan if he had gotten slowed up enough by that. As we check back in with Nash versus Hisada coming down into Canada corner themselves. Nash, as good as he is on the brakes, isn't close enough to attack this time.
No, he's not. I can report that Morgan's getting held up by a lapped Jorge Gonzaga. I'm going to be able to get by him now. But look at this move from Nash to the inside on the final corner. That was some gutsy stuff.
It's hard to pass in that turn, so yeah, that was impressive. And it didn't look like Togo really wanted to fight it. So once he saw him make the move, he let him through. And now he rocks up behind him. Maybe he can use that slipstream to help pick up his pace a little bit himself. Also, as they get checked up by some of our GTOs, that's Makhmudov, who's going to let them through. He's also got Aaron Humphrey getting close. Oh no, Cloud gets hit by Hisada. He somehow catches it and keeps going. Monumental save by Doug Cloud.
Doug Cloud is gonna be owed some reconciliation pay after this. He's gotten hit so many times this race, and he's still going. Oh man,
he's gonna have to wring the sweat out of his headband probably. I mean, no my goodness.
Well, so. Doug, he's hung on to it. He's still going. He's behind Makhmudov. He's got more work to do to catch up again. I swear, what a story it would be if Doug Cloud won this race after all the chaos he's had.
I mean, never say never.
Had a problem.
Oh.
Nowaker's now falling behind Brassfield. He went too deep in hurry downs. He got into the grass on braking, almost ran into the back of Stephen Morgan. And now look at the chaos going on.
Yeah, that's that battle that we're just watching, that we're kind of scything through them. They'll leave them be. So Nowaker down into third rather, as Brassfield up into P2, and still got Mukanos close in behind them, giving chase. So the fight is on as they'll exit out of Canada corner. We've got a little bit of a replay for Nowaker. Talk us through this here, Adam.
Yeah, so I think Nowaker just got spooked by the GTP coming through and just missed his braking point and got in the grass. Both of those things happened at the same time.
Whoa!
He goes very deep into this gravel pit. So it was both, and as I can report, Timothy Reed's in the pits from the lead, so his alternate pit strategy working out. Or rather happening right now. So our lead is now back to Stephen Morgan, with Valenteus behind by 5 seconds.
Remember, I mentioned all the attrition we're expecting. Well, not only have we lost FRC Esports and Team ET, as well as Really Slow Motion, Aerokinetics Red is out, ATR Argentos and Matt Alone is both out. Delta V Racing, the latest to be done with this race. Unfortunately, that puts us down to, I think, around 40, maybe even 39 cars left.
Aaron Humphrey with some left rear wing damage. It's definitely affecting his... Sorry, that's Togo Hisada with left rear wing damage. Definitely affecting his straight line speed. Just got passed by Aaron Humphrey. And so Togo Hisada just trying to hang on to this thing right now until the next pit stop. Should be... Let's see, Aaron Humphrey just came into the pits. Should be about 10, 15 laps time.
Down into turn 5 for Raymond 2. We've seen bits of him here and there, but haven't seen him get into the thick of it quite yet. Certainly still fighting hard as he tries to hold back 10th place Jake Cummings here behind him. He'll also get overtaken by Van de Sant, former leader. Van de Sant did return on the lead lap for what it's worth, and he's running in 10th.
Absolutely, and so Raymond 2 just trying to hang on to the back of this pack. I can report third position is under second rather, under heavy contention between Brassfield, Nowaker, and Mykonos as well. So, yeah, the GTOs that have come together seem to stick together, and that's just because of how much of a draft machine the GTO is. So we take a look at Raymond, just still trying to hang on to that car right now.
Absolutely. It's It's kind of that way in these machines as it is, if I'm honest. You mentioned it earlier. You don't get bored in either of these cars. They're very visceral, and you know it when you're driving them. The Audi, of course, with the four-wheel drive, just getting it a lot of grunt, and there's so much length in the braking zones. The Nissan with the power underneath it, making it squirrely as you try to put your right foot down on top of it. You're just blasting through the corners as it sticks to the track.
Absolutely, and as we can see, just trying to keep apprised of the traffic as it comes through. Fabian Jungbluth in 8th position, tucked in behind Jonathan Oshaim. So this battle of 3, tucked in one behind the other. Nick McConos, very ginger off of the corner exit. One of the things that happens in the GTO that you have to be careful about is, because it's four-wheel drive, you can slide all 4 tires on exit, and it's actually the fastest way around the track. But what that does do is it increases your tire temperatures, it increases your tire wear over the course of the stint, and contact! Ian Brassfield and Nick McConos getting into it with, I believe that was Ann Medema, and I think Brassfield just turned into Medema, and Brassfield has major toe damage. He's crabbing heavily.
And Noaker also looking like he is very damaged as it's slow through the carousel. Whitendorf, having a bit of problems coming off of turn 5 as well. Things, once again, just when you think it is nice and calm. Wow, what a good race from Brassfield that has just been unceremoniously ended.
And Noaker's got major front end damage as well. Look at how bad that wheel is, Joe. I mean, I don't even know if you could fix that in the pits. That might be race over for Brassfield. And I'm taking a look at Nick McConos. Check his damage. Nick actually got out of that fairly clean. So Nick McConos, 12 seconds now behind Joni Hagner because of that incident. And I think that he's going to be our second place runner right now.
Wow. Things just change on a dime here in this series. And Brassfield's going to awkwardly limp his way into pit lane, unfortunately. Now, I think he should be able to repair it. I think he's probably going to wind up going a couple laps down in the process.
Before the Fabian Jungbluth just went wide, coming off the corner onto the long straight. He went wide, clipped the grass, went into the grass, and got passed by Ann Medema, who just had that moment with Brassfield. That was, I don't know, I'm a little confused about that incident. Let's take a look at it, because I think that Brassfield just turned in on him. Here's what happened to Jungbluth. He just gets wide onto the curbing, loses, it unsettles the car, and slides outwards. So we'll take a look now at what happened with Medema and Brassfield. And I think Brassfield just turns in on Medema. I don't know if Medema knew that he was there.
Yeah, we'll hopefully go back and glance at it soon. But this is Whitendorf once again battling for 10th spot. Matt Bruno in front of him currently. This is coming down the moraine sweep and then into the braking of turn 5. Almost looked like Bruno was going to lift there because suddenly John was catching him, but then suddenly he did not lift anymore and they stayed in line. Some seriously damaged front end bodywork on Bruno.
All right, let's take a look at a replay here, and this is with Timothy Reed. What happened with Timothy Reed here? Oh, he just got the rear end, a little bit too much rearward brake bias. That's going to have a major impact on his attempt at trying to win the race from that alternate strategy. That's about 10 seconds lost from him.
So, okay, theory for you, and I know your experience is more in the Audis, but is it possible to set up the Nissan and not do enough research to where it's going to be loose at the end of a stint? My goodness, that was Morgan, I think, just about losing it over the curb in the kink there. But could he maybe have a setup that just goes away by the end of his stint?
It's not even about the setup, it's about driving style. The rear tires are very easy to slip in the GTP, as we see Weidendorf just barely getting squeezed by there, but it's very easy to spin the tires in the GTP. So you have to remember that these drivers are series regulars, which Timothy Reed is one of them, don't usually drive a full tire stint in the GTPs. We usually do a 40-minute race, and by the end of the race, we see the drivers sliding around a little bit on the rear end, not to this degree, but yeah, you absolutely can drive the rear tires off of the GTP, especially with the updates that iRacing has made to the tire models recently. So it's no surprise to see that happening to a couple of our series regulars. We've seen some of our Audis drive the front tires. Oh, Timothy Reed's off again!
What is going on with that car?
Reed almost ran to the back of Doug Cloud, and now I have to take a look at where he is. At this point, I think he might have hit the inside wall. Yeah, he has huge left rear damage now. This is the end of his opportunity.
So Reed all the way down to 14th place, and it unraveled very, very quickly. It is an endurance race, and you got to be there for the finish. And Medema also pitting in, and don't know if that is scheduled or if there was some damage from the contact that was had a little bit earlier that we saw that took out a few of our GTO drivers. Blasco, in the meantime, fighting for third. Let's take a look at another replay.
Absolutely. So here's what happened with the incident. This is there you see Ann Medema up the inside, and yeah,
that's Brassfield. Yeah,
Brassfield just turns in on him. Brassfield just turns in on Ann, and that causes the rest of the incident.
Admittedly, he wouldn't have expected that car to come from 3 cars back, but
but Ann was
she was there. Yeah.
Oh, that's
you got to bail on that apex for sure.
Yep. And we've seen it happen. Like Brassfield has, I think that was just a lapse of concentration for Brassfield, because Brassfield's allowed moves like that multiple times over the course of the race, but you have to allow every single one over the course of 4.5 hours. That's what's being asked of you.
You made a good point earlier about this being unknown territory for even the regulars in this series, because the longest races they have are 60 minutes. We're about a minute or an hour 20 minutes into this one now. Yeah. So yeah, if you're not used to how the car is going to be behaving this long term, then it's going to be doing a few things that you're just not used to.
Yeah, and I will say, even though the Road America 500 is an event that is run every year, either as an iRacing official event or as a hosted event by the community. Even though this is a race that's run every year, there have been significant changes over the course of the last year, Joe, in iRacing. I think iRacing is the most different year on year compared to this Road America 500 to last year's than it has been in quite a few years. And so this is a very different race than it was before, as we see Sergio Blasco going off track just a little bit there, tucked in behind Damir Makhmudov and trying to make this pass for the third position. They're just ahead of Doug Cloud, who's 1.5 seconds back, just about to catch up to the draft of these guys. And Joe, I joked about Doug. Possibly winning this race. After the incidents that we've seen, it's not out of the realm of possibility if he's able to stay clean from here on out.
Yeah, he's in 5th. Granted, he's a long ways back, as I'm seeing the gap at about, looks like almost 15 seconds now up to them. But we still have a lot of racing left to go. We're not even to the halfway mark of this event. So we've got quite a ways for this to change. And as we've seen, it can change very easily out here. Makhmudov, definitely one of those drivers we've been checking in with here and there. We've seen some action with him, but slowly but surely, he's worked his way up onto the podium. Now he's going to have to play defense as Blasco resides behind by only 0.3 of a second. And of course, Doug Cloud in there, as we heard Adam just mention not long ago. We'll see if he can maybe get some speed on them. Back down to Kevin Parrish now in 11th. Oh, he's got a very good run. Puteklis, and doesn't look like he is going to be able to try and make that pass, although he was gaining hand over fist down through the kettle bottoms. Let's see what it looks like on the main straight. Wonder if maybe there's a little bit better straight line speed for the number 10 compared to the 666 car. Here we go as they come up over the hill. Puteklis is definitely losing ground bit by bit. They're going to have to overtake one of our GTOs, but it's not a long enough straightaway. And in fact, that lap traffic works out perfectly for Uldi, and he is going to put some more distance between himself and Parrish. Well, 43 laps into this. We still got a bit more before we're expecting to see the GTPs pit in another time. They're into lap 19 or 20 for most of them at this stage. Stephen Morgan is now your leader up in the GTPs. Now, this is not a name we're as familiar with, so I'm not sure how this X4 Motorsport car is going to fare over the long term, if he's got the experience in this series. And the bad news for him is he has a big name behind him. You can just see him in the background. That would be the number 15 of Adrius Valenteus. I know we've been hyping this guy up, but I cannot stress enough how much pace this driver tends to have. He usually starts from the front, actually qualifies for these things, and just runs away from everybody, being barely challenged most of the time. And as he cuts it down to about 1.7 seconds, I'd say that he's on his way forward, because I think it was about 2 seconds a little bit earlier. So I think that number 15 from Lithuania is getting ready to give quite the difficult time to the UKNI driver here as they come through the middle part of the track now. They're about 4 seconds ahead of Nash, or at least Valenteus is, as Robert Nash also doing an impressive job here against some hard chargers. We were talking about Blasco before. He's actually caught up to he's going to make a pass here, round the outside, down through turn 7. Makhmatov, I think, slipped up through 6 out of the Corvette bridge, and that was all that Sergio needed, and that puts him onto the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. So a good move from Blasco on Makhmatov to take advantage of that moment. And Doug Cloud's right there now, so he's able to close that 1.5 second gap, tuck in. They got Jorge Gonzaga trying to go on the outside of Doug. That's going to hold him up a little bit, but I think Doug's definitely in it for the long game. You know, you did mention Valenteus, Joe, and Valenteus, 8.9K driver, so no surprise to see him up there battling for the lead with Stephen Morgan. A series regular, tends to win any class that he's in unless he has fallen afoul of any sort of incident, and so no surprise to see him up there. Taking a look at Raymond 2 on the back of Shalankorn Asanvanov. Sorry, my bad on that one. But Raymond tucked in behind him, trying to battle it out. We've seen Raymond trying to catch up to the back of this Ripple Motorsports yellow machine for a couple of laps now, and I can report also the sun is back out in full swing, Joe. 93 degrees Fahrenheit, track temperature going back up.
Just slightly, though. From what we can tell on the weather forecast, it's scheduled to get even cloudier later on. Fully overcast, it's saying, in about, looks like 2 hours from now, they're saying. So that could cool things down too, and I think that should be right about at the end of the race, which will certainly be interesting if we start to get some cool track temperatures and some great lap times, as Charlie here is catching up to the back of Raymond, but unable to make the pass, unfortunately, this time by. Of course, he could be doing what we thought a lot of them were at the start of the race. Maybe he's just kind of riding the toe.
Well, that was actually Raymond who was able to make the pass on Charlie through the final corner. I think Charlie just misshifted just a little bit off the final corner, allowed Raymond to sneak on through. So Raymond up to 6th position. Purple Motorsports Yellow down to 7th position. So I can report that Uldis Pateklis has come into the pits in the Kingsman Death Metal machine. First of our drivers to take their second pit stop in the GTPs for those regularly scheduled drivers. The attrition has definitely come, Joe, but it came a lot later than we thought. Taking a look at the standings with all of the drivers that are out, we have about, oh my goodness, Jake Cummings off from 9th position, and he's made contact with another GTP. Who is that he made contact with?
That was down into turn 5.
Well, this was a big incident actually from the GTP.
Oh,
this was
Noaker was involved.
Peter Balassa took it way too deep. Noaker turned. Oh man, this is a confusing incident when we do get the replay for this one.
Yeah, I think Noaker was at the start of the incident, and then unfortunately Cummings just kind of got gathered up in it. That's not the first time we've seen that happen. Looks like we've got a look at it now. He's on the outside. This is Balassa. That's going to be Noaker, who And again, a driver just turning in like there's no car there.
He made an assumption that that Balasa was going to make the corner. And we've had another incident on track. This is between Fabian Jungbluth and Javier Soto. And Soto just absolutely missiled Fabian Jungbluth into turn 1. Didn't even brake.
Thankfully, neither of them made it to the wall. That's a big sand trap out there, so that slowed them down in time. But obviously, Fabian was a bit miffed over the radio after that one. The real question to me is whether or not either of them have damage after that. If they can get away with it, that's 6 or 7 seconds lost on a lap, but no harm, no foul.
Well, Jungbluth has major rear end damage, possibly gearbox damage from that. The gearbox hangs out the back of these machines. Here's the Robert Noaker moment. And yeah, it is blind. You can't really see the car on the inside, but
you've got mirrors, though.
Yeah, you have to know, and also most drivers race with a relative. You have to understand the car's going to be there. It's hard, though. This is a long race. We're an hour and 25 in, but you've got another 2.5 hours to go. There's no time to slip up right now.
Leader is in. Morgan pits. Looks like Nash will join him. Aaron Humphrey also pitting. Olenek deciding to take his service as the 063 getting down to his stall. Here's the incident where they come together, and I think this is just brain fade. We're long into the race here. 81 just lost track of his marker.
Yep, that's exactly what happened, and understandably, Fabian Jungbluth frustrated. Valenteus and Toka Hisada going to go around again. Both of those drivers trying to stretch their fuel stints out just a little bit as we take a look at this battle for fourth position. Doug Cloud finally able to get back to the back of these guys after falling afoul. We see that's Javier Soto who made the contact with Fabian Jungbluth diving into the pits there, as our GTPs in the pits for the second time this race.
In the meantime, Makhmatov also managing to get back past Blasco after we saw him make that great move around the outside of turn 7. And they're keeping that fight on. Doug Cloud watching from the tail of the train. Still got good opportunities here as long as he stays close to these two.
Yeah, absolutely. So Doug, I think he's just struggling a little bit on straight line speed, which is going to make the pass for this very challenging. But no surprise to see him battling it out with these guys, possibly just trying to save some fuel on this stint as well. You could see him also not being aggressive on corner exit as well.
Love these angles when we see from on board just this sort of old school feel, looking through the letterbox of Doug Cloud, seeing what the driver's hands are doing in the heat of the battle. Coming down into the braking of turn 8. Lot of drop in elevation, more than you can tell in the car, I think, as you try and get on the binders into there.
And Andres Valenteus into the pits from the lead. Looks like Van der Sant's last pit stop, and he's on the off strategy because of that damage. Van der Sant took 22 seconds for the damage repairs and fuel. So the rest of the drivers still taking the average of 48 seconds. So I'd expect the same from Valenteus. As you can see, Doug Cloud, I don't think he's being super aggressive right now. I do think he's just trying to save fuel. So that's what I would expect right now. So comes the power out from Valenteus coming off the pit lane. Another 48 flat stop for him.
Sweet. Exit out of Bill Mitchell Bend and on to the main straight once more. Not expecting either of these drivers to be pitting in this time, but we should see the last of our GTPs pitting in behind them soon enough, as I believe Hisada, Van de Sant, and Jungbluth should be approaching that pit. And Doug Cloud giving little looks here and there now, trying to make sure that Sergio knows he's in his mirrors.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to force a mistake while also not trying to ruin his stuff. There we see just a little bit of damage on the back of Blasco's machine as we ride on board with him, looking at Doug Cloud. So here comes Doug pushing forward. And so I think Doug is content to ride where he is, because all that he could do at this stage is get ahead of these three guys, but then he'd be the one punching the hole in the air. So it makes total sense for him to just hang out here, the maximum fuel saving of 2 cars ahead of him, and just ride for the moment. a lap or two ahead and kind of do what Robert Noaker did over the course of that first stint and get those extra couple of laps in.
You can see just a tiny bit of damage on the left front of Doug Cloud. Hopefully that's not doing anything. I don't think that'll slow him too much in a straight line.
Well, he's got major left rear wing damage that he's having to contend with. You can just barely see it in that shot, but it's crumpled up quite a bit on the back left of him. So I think that's what's affecting his straight line speed. There you can see it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not supposed to look like that. We've got Pushrod Racing in, but Van de Sant carries on for an extra lap. So, no surprise here, does Jungbluth, who goes an extra lap himself.
Well, Van de Sant's off cycle, remember. He's 15 laps into his stint. So
that's true.
Van de Sant should be trying to go full fuel stints unless he thinks that he can get himself into a good slot. Looks like 8th position in the GTOs is around. That's Davide Spada, who has had a moment. And this one, I don't know what it was. I think he just got a box of neutrals and couldn't get it going.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, because nobody hit him and he was just kind of going slow, it looks like. So not sure what all is going on with that car as we check out now second place driver Fabian Jungbluth. He still owes us a pit stop. And what's interesting is the extra pit stop for Van de Sant has put him only about 7 seconds ahead of Jungbluth. So they're pretty equal there on their current strategies. I think maybe Jungbluth is trying to save enough fuel that he can have a very short stop as we watch Cummings once again, this time battling with John Beitendorf here in the number 70. Jake's going to come out in that 10th spot as they exit through Canada Corner. David Spada, just in front of them, has gotten his car back into gear, but he's been caught by them.
Yeah, so it seemed like Cummings was very quick to try and get by Beitendorf. But Beitendorf, a good exit off of the final corner, allows him to fall into that draft. The smart move right now would be to just bump Jake, just try and follow Jake up to Spada, and then you guys can duke it out for a higher position. It looks like that's what he's going to do.
Coming up behind them, I believe that is Van de Sant. So that's our current leader, who is starting to approach. He's not battling with anybody. Remember, he's on an alternate strategy, so he can't waste time. He's got to push as hard as he can here to hope that he'll get a decent finish. And he gets a very good opportunity to try and overtake down the Moraine Sweep, where it is going to be foot to the floor and he'll easily overtake. Meanwhile, the 36 of Jungbluth is finally in.
Yep, Jungbluth coming into his pit box and able to park it right on the mark, so should be a 48-second stop for him. Possibly going to get some of that damage repaired, done to the gearbox and rear drivetrain for him. Hopefully that wasn't slowing him down too much. He was still in second position before coming into this pit stop. So he was the one who has gone the longest for our regularly scheduled pit stoppers. So we have a couple drivers off sequence. Our current leader, Alexander Van de Sant, as well as Dylan Freckleton, who decided to cut the last stint in half, and Kevin Parrish as well. So those 3 drivers off cycle for the GTPs.
Van de Sant now having some problems overtaking one of our more damaged GTOs coming off of the carousel through the kink and the Nissans. At least it's easily flat out. Certainly not that way for those Audis. Checking to see if we got anybody else pitting in, because I thought I saw maybe somebody heading in there, but not seeing any more drivers. So it looks like, I think, yeah, we've cycled through the entirety of our GTP field. Just need now our GTOs to wrap up their stint.
Yeah, absolutely. So the GTOs still have quite a ways to go on their stints at this stage in the game. Looks like we've had a pass there with Mickey Friesen getting past Matt Quinn. Yoni Hagner, our current leader in the Rusty Glacier team, out to a gap of 15 seconds over Nick Makanos. This was not on raw pace, mind you. Nick Makanos was involved in 2 incidents that dropped him back in time. So no surprise to see him out that far ahead. Yoni and the Rusty Glacier team have yet to fall afoul of any sort of traffic issues, which is what caused Nick Makanos and Death Grip Racing to fall behind. And those moments with Robert Noaker that we saw, as well as Joran Van Hixie. Quite frankly, Joe, the attrition has been happening, like I said, right before we had that moment at hurry downs with the Audis and that GTP having that incident with No Acre. We have seen the attrition happen like we expected, but it's happened a lot later, and the incidents have been entirely preventable.
Yeah, we're down to about 37 cars left running. Also, if the Rusty Glacier car now has traffic problems, I'm blaming you because you're the one that said it, okay? So,
fair enough.
Yodi Hagner in that car right now, still leading the race by a massive 14 seconds over Death Grip with Nick Mukanos in that second place machine. So we kind of thought we'd see the regular faces up at the top, and that's definitely the case in the GTOs here with the drivers that tend to be the dominant forces up there that have all the experience backing them up, currently running away at the front. Soto chasing Jungbluth. That's not for position because Soto has gone down a lap in comparison. So while those two had made contact before, Fabian won't have to worry about getting run into this time. Don't think we'll see 14 seconds made up on pure pace here by Mukano. So he's going to have to get tricky. He's going to have to hope for some of that that lap traffic to kind of go his way.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's no surprise to see the series regulars up at the top of the GTO field. The GTPs drive similarly, I would say, to the Lotus 79 in some ways, and similarly definitely to our modern day prototypes in a lot of ways. The GTOs don't drive anything like any of the cars on the service. These things are a unique beast unto themselves. I would say the thing that it drives the most similarly to is actually the Pro series of trucks that we have. If you drive those on road courses, that's kind of what it feels like. You feel like you're slinging the car around a lot. But the gearbox, I mean, you have to master that thing, and that's a learning curve in and of itself. So it's no surprise to see the series regulars who have spent a lot of time honing their craft and gaining speed over a series of seasons be the ones up at the front of the GTO field. But Damir Makhmudov in third position and Sergio Blasco in fourth position, these two continue to battle it out with each other, and they are not series regulars, at least not on the broadcast splits.
You know, the closest thing I found this car to be in terms of braking is honestly the Lotus 49. Which it handles different. I'm serious. It handles differently, obviously, in acceleration and cornering because of the four-wheel drive, but very, very similar in trying to get the car wound up for those long braking distances. Jake Cummings, as you mentioned, still sandwiched between John and Steve here, fighting for ninth. Although Steve is a lap down, so that is not for position at this stage. And still need to try and make some of it up. Here we go. A couple more of our GTPs. That's Olenek and Timothy Reed back out on the track.
Good to see Timothy Reed back out, but unfortunately Reed currently still only one lap down, which quite frankly is a miracle considering the amount of damage that he had on his car after his incident. So Timothy Reed on a recovery drive now, trying to just gain as many positions as possible. I have yet to check how they're going to be calculating points for this round. So I do think that the series regulars are going to try and complete the full length over the course of this race, though.
I'm checking to see who's made good inroads. There were so many of our GTOs that didn't qualify that most of them that made up positions have just kind of been picking those up. I mean, same thing with Valenteus at the top of the GTPs. He didn't qualify, so his 20 up is a bit of a misleading number. But you look at things like Olenek, he's gained 6 positions here in behind him. That's not for position with Reed, so let's hope that they play nice in there. But also Dylan Freckleton up 6 spots. And then you've got a driver that I don't think we've talked about at all. Martin Arnoldus is up 8 spots in the GTPs to be racing in 10th position right now. He's in the TNT Racing orange car. So I just want to give a tip of the hat to Martin because he's been very quietly doing his thing as we check back in on the battle for second.
Absolutely. And this battle for second has been precipitated entirely off of Makhmudov's raw pace. So Nick Meccano is still only 15 seconds behind, and he's going to try and hang on to it on the inside through this corner, but Makhmudov just powering through on the outside. So Makhmudov's raw pace has been able to bring him up from that battle with Blasco and Doug Cloud and into a battle with Makanos, all on his lonesome. And he's now into the second position, so Damir Makhmudov putting his name on the map in the GTOs.
Absolutely. So, up and, he just came over the radio, and that was a lift. Oh no, they're going to get together. He's going to turn him. And he goes a little bit deep. I thought maybe he was going to try and let him through. He just came on the radio and said to Nicholas, let's go catch the leader. And then the tiniest of miscommunications has caused severe damage to Nick Mukanos.
You wouldn't believe it, but the two of them actually came together. And I mean that in the literal sense. Makhmudov now has some suspension damage, it appears, but it looks like Makhmudov and Makanos both went for the middle of the track coming into the braking zone, and they just came together.
I'm just as gutted as I'm sure they are, because I wanted to see them work together to try and catch them up. I thought maybe those two could get sneaky and try and do something to chase down those Finns, but it was not meant to be.
Well, the theory about Doug Cloud possibly winning the race continues to gain more credence.
He's in third now.
He'll just keep inheriting positions until he gets there.
To finish first you must finish. So Doug Cloud taking that one to heart here today, and that's in spite of him also running into multiple problems, running in a podium. And we need to remind our audience, this is top split.
Yes.
So Doug Cloud is competing with the best of the best in these cars right now, and running with a potential podium. And we've recently praised him a lot for the advancements he's made, and I think this is just a testament to what he's gained.
Absolutely. And the story, the tale of the tape when it comes to the IMSA Vintage series is not raw speed. Raw speed is great. It gets you, it can get you wins. But what gets you more wins, Makhmudov into the pits for his damage repairs and major damage repairs. But what gets you championships and wins in the endurance races is not raw speed. It is consistency. It is playing it safe. It is being patient, letting the faster class by if you're in the GTOs, or just waiting one more corner if you're in the GTPs. And it is no surprise to see, and in fact, Fabian Jungbluth won the championship last series in the IMSA Vintage series. Last season, he won it without winning a single race. And it does not surprise me to see Doug Cloud, who has been working on his consistency, working on trying to play it safe rather than just duking it out every time. Is no surprise to me to see him up there in third position.
Here's Matt Bruno, a couple spots back in sixth currently, as we had a couple drivers pit in. Freckleton, one of them. I think no, that might still be a scheduled stop now that I look at it, because he's still waiting for service to finish. Timothy Vaughn also pitting in just now.
Yeah, so Freckleton was off strategy as well as Vaughn. Vaughn's off strategy. And Van der Sant's also off strategy. I expect to see him within the next 2 laps, our current leader on the board for the GTPs. So Van der Sant, a good recovery from the damage that he collected at the earlier part of the race.
Meanwhile, the New Jersey driver not looking 100% right now, but carrying on himself, as he's going to have Jungbluth rock up behind him. This is the driver I was talking about before, our hard charger, Martin Arnoldus, who's also just been kind of picking him up and putting him down bit by bit as the race carries on. And this is going to take him down into Canada corner here. Actually is set for position. It is. That's going to be Oshalem in the number 12 for JO Motorsports.
Absolutely. So battle for position. Hard to find those at this stage in the race, given our weirdnesses of pit stops and also, quite frankly, some of the odd incidents that we've seen. But a bad exit for Oshalem gives Arnoldus a good opportunity, as that GTO that they just passed Sliumba is going to head to the pits, I believe. But here we go once again. Arnoldus going to try and make the move around the outside, but can't quite get it done. Not in the draft for long enough. Oshalem with a little bit more straight line speed. It's going to get to the corner faster, but that means Arnoldus has a little bit more downforce for himself to play with for these medium speed corners, which means if he gets a good run through here, he should be right on the back of Oshalem underneath the Sargento Bridge, but not the greatest exit, and Oshalem's going to be catching up to Van Hixie and Gonzaga, who's going to give him some draft.
And that's an interesting theory there as well. If he's cranked up the wing, not a track usually that you do that at, but this is an endurance race. If you've got a stable car, yeah, maybe you're not the quickest over a single lap, but if you've got a car that's not going off, that can really handle and go offline to get by these Audis, maybe that's why we're seeing him gain so many positions here.
Anderson in the pits as Oeshelin gets held up by Van Hixie into the braking zone. Here they go, coming around the corner again. Arnola's taking a little bit too deep that time, but Van der Sande into the pits from the lead of the race. I was just taking a look, and it looks like John Weitendorf had a misshift off of the final corner, so that's lost him a position to Jake Cummings as well. So quite a few just mistakes being made on track today, Joe, and that's been the tail of the race today.
I always love the insides of these cars. This late 80s technology, just, I don't know, something about the aesthetic of it in race cars always looks very, very cool to me. And it's, I mean, it still looks top end, and yet it feels very raw, like I said.
It reminds me of the technology of like late 1960s John Deere's. Like it kind of feels similar to that, with like a little bit of an 80s flair to it. Like the neutral and the low gear buttons on the left side, that tilt and brake bias adjustment right in front of the driver's left hand. It feels a little bit like upscaled farm equipment. I know we call the Audi a tractor, but honestly, this feels a little bit more like a tractor when you step inside it.
I was going to say, kind of makes me think of the Nostromo from the movie Alien, honestly. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, as we wax philosophical here on these things, Martin still has not been able to pass on Jonathan. And again, showing quite a bit of patience, which I'm sure not being quick in a straight line has taught him that in this long run into the race. We're just about at the halfway point here in another 4 laps.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note that we have a varying mix of strategies going on in the GTPs. Our top 4 right now are on the same pit strategy. They're 10 laps into their stint. Tokasad is 8 laps into his stint because he's been able to save an extra lap every single time around. Christopher Olenicek is also on the 10-lap stint. We have Van der Sande, who just pitted in 7th. Another 10-lap stinter of Oeshelin, who's just up ahead here of Arnoldus, who's on a 16-lap stint right now, so he's very off strategy from the drivers. Then we have Jungbluth, who's on 7 laps, so just a lot of drivers in the GTPs on very different strategies, whereas in the GTOs, it's the top 11, all on the same strategy right now.
So Martin up across the hill now and still not able to keep up with him. In fact, that traffic was not kind. You could see how much distance he's lost. Gonzaga's not fighting for position. He's been many laps down since the start of this race, and Oeshelin just absolutely drops that number 8 machine.
Yeah, so that's going to be the end of that battle. Without a draft, the extra wing for Arnoldus is going to make him significantly slower than Oeshelin and Van der Sande on the straightaways, and we're seeing that play into effect here. It looks like Makhmudov's still in the pits, 6 minutes 36 seconds on his repairs, so from an impressive second position all the way down to the back of the pack in the GTOs and still taking pit stops. And here is a pit stop runner right now. Who is that going to be?
That's Charlie.
Yeah, that's Shalimporn Asavanon.
So the number 11 going to take his stop, and he's there. You can see how early. I mean, we have so many cars here. Didn't have to go all that long down pit lane. Weitendorf, in the meantime, going to pick up a position from that pitting car, and I think Charlie's actually, he's going to hand back over to Mads Lundy.
So Luna going to get back in that Ripple Motorsports yellow machine and take it to the next pit stop. An hour 48 minutes into this race so far, 50 laps in as well. John Weitendorf struggling a little bit to get the gearbox underneath him this race, so currently tucked in there behind Jake Cummings. Jake just looks a little slow on the straightaways, possibly using automatic shifting, the automatic shifting assist in the Audi. That can make you a good 5/10 slower on the straightaways, just due to the fact that it's not as efficient as just drop shifting, which is where you select the gear and just let off the gas and just drop the gear straight in and hit the gas again. Fastest way to shift in the Audi, and has been for a while. You'd think that blipping would work faster, but it actually doesn't. You just destroy the gearbox in the Audi, and because it destroys you every once in a while.
That's a good way of putting it. Well, let's see if anybody can destroy Adrius Valenteus, because I was checking those gaps and it's coming down for the lead. Morgan's going to have a fight on his hands pretty soon. It has been a long slog to get to the front of the field, starting from the very back. But Valenteus looks like he might actually manage to do it and get up to the lead, not on strategy, but at a legit pace here in a moment. So as we continue to watch Weitendorf up and over the crest of Bill Mitchell Bend and coming into that tricky curved braking zone of the last turn onto the main straight, still trying to hold off the likes of Jake Cummings. These two have been together somewhat frequently in this race.
And I think the lead in the GTPs is going to close right about now. Morgan got held up a little bit going into Hurry Downs. So
You're right.
Valenteus is going to be right on the back of him. He's going to cut off the inside from Nick Makanos, who's just trying to recover from that incident that he had with Makhmudov earlier. So they're back out to 1.1 seconds, but 1.1 seconds is definitely within draft range of Stephen Morgan for Valenteus.
Absolutely is. So we'll keep an eye here, since this is close. This could be a pass between these two, but don't worry, I'm watching the leaders to see whether or not he can get up and try to challenge for that top spot. Weitendorf just a little too far out of reach for now. Here is Valenteus. There's the gap between them after 60 laps of racing, starting 23rd on the grid out of 25 GTPs. Valenteus' psychedelic paint scheme is now filling the mirrors of the 77.
Absolutely plenty of galaxies to observe, and oh my goodness, eyes. And yeah, that's pretty psychedelic, I would say, for sure. Valenteus looking like he's dealing with a little bit of understeer in that psychedelic machine. Morgan's going to catch Doug Cloud and Mads Luna at the wrong time on the exit of this corner, so that's going to allow Valenteus to get a decent run and some extra draft to help him out. Lunda ducks to the inside. Doug Cloud not going to do anything unpredictable here, and just like that, Valenteus has halved the gap to Morgan.
I'm not too shocked on that one, and the way that he tends to race in this series. It's been kind of expected that he would try and make a challenge of this. It's just impressive the way he's been able to do so. So now that he's caught him, the question is, can he also pass and try to get this done? Going to get another little bit of traffic with Blasco staying out of the way. Sergio now 18 seconds behind the leader, so they got a while before they get to the lead of the GTOs after that.
Going to the dirty part of the track, loses Valenteus about 3/10, so he falls out back to about 1 second. Looks like Steve Halewood has come into the pits in his GTO, as well as Fleming Jensen. From 10th position, Fleming Jensen coming into the pits. Those are our first of our regularly scheduled pit stops for the GTOs, 25 laps into their stint. And you can see Valenteus just struggling to get the car power off on exit. You can see he goes a little bit wide there, and that's losing him time to Morgan on those exits. So just trying to take care of the tires, I think, right now, and just let that car drift a little wide on those exits of the corners.
Is that paint scheme making it feel more like a Lovecraftian terror starting to approach that X4 motorsport machine? And I'm sure that Morgan will be trying his best to keep the pace up. He's been doing an excellent job, honestly. As we check out David Espada now down here in P6 in the GTOs. That is Matt Bruno just in front of him.
Doug Cloud is coming to the pits now. So from third position, Doug Cloud is the first of our front runners to hit the pits. And, ooh, Davide Spada taking a little bit too deep there, going through Canada corner. It's going to lose him a little bit of time in his fight up ahead. But yeah, I think we're going to be seeing some of our regulars coming back in to the pits now for the GTOs, 26 laps in.
Start of lap 62 means that we are now halfway through this 500-mile race. David Spada, I can't blame him too much on missing that one. The time that I ran this event, the one thing that struck me is how much I had to back up my braking into Canada corner as the race went on.
Yeah, it's something that you, especially, oh, we have a Togo Hisada's around. Oh my gosh! Togo Hisada and Joran Van Hixie, a big moment under the bridge. It's a blind crest there, and the drivers, I can't tell. Van Hixie went in there with a full head of steam, and I think he could see. Oh, Hisada rolled back across the track.
And it wasn't really Hisada's fault initially. Ambrose Visvan in the 291 had an accident in front of him, and Togo, unfortunately, was trying to recover at the time. Took some serious damage now. That's a shame. Another front runner that has succumbed to the chaos that is the IMSA Vintage Series as we go back to the old faithful. Jake Cummings once again in the battle with someone.
Yeah, just making it to the end of this race is going to net you a good position. I just can't believe... It's just surprising to me, Joe, that these kinds of moments are happening. It just seems like lapses of concentration, people trying to... like you said, you got to make it to the end of the race if you're going to take the win here. There's no point in rushing it and getting into an incident. Togo Hisada, unable to avoid that initial spin and then getting collected a little bit. But the surprise to me is, from the GTO Van Hixie, as we see Cummings go off there into the grass. Fairly normal occurrence in the GTO as you get late into the race. Car seems to get a little bit more understeery, a little bit longer in the braking, like you said, Joe. But for Van Hixie, I don't know, you had a car in the middle of the track. It's a risk to go through there at full speed, and you paid the price. As Nick Makanos comes into the pits from the third position.
Makanos is going to probably be left wondering what could have been. Because, the fact that he's still fighting in that podium is really amazing considering the accident he had. Could he have maybe tried to chase down Glacier Racing? We don't know, but he was going to give it a try just the second, basically, the accident that set him backwards happened. Our leader, Glacier Racing, is now about a minute 20 ahead, but that is because we've had some pit stops, and we still need the 442 team to come on in. Valenteus, in the meantime, is still stuck at about 0.6 of a second behind. He wasn't gaining like he was before.
No, Valenteus has fallen off the back just a little bit. As far as the pace is concerned, getting right up to the back of Morgan, I can report that Doug Cloud in the pits as well this time around. I thought that he had just come in. Let
me double check here.
See if maybe regardless,
they got a black flag.
Oh no! Incident limit. No, he's in for a regular pit stop. So I don't know why he would be in again for a regular pit stop. Maybe he just didn't uncheck
that.
It.
May have been a speeding penalty.
Oh,
because these cars don't have a pit limiter, so that'd be my guess. I think that is a stop and go if you speed on the way out.
46 seconds in the box, though. It's a long time for a speeding penalty. I'm going to take a look here and see what happened with Togo Hisada. So the initial incident here was just trying to play avoidance, and he gets on the grass and spins out, gets collected by the car that he was avoiding.
Oof, in a bad way,
and that's
too.
not even the worst of the incident, because now, as he's trying to recover and get going, he's going to pull across the track here, and here comes Joran Van Hixie with a head of steam. He sees a gap to the right, and then that gap closes as Togo Hisada rolls back across the track, and boom!
Wow.
Pinwheel.
It is always a case of one event leads to another, and then those two cars are together. And well, Any little different decision could have changed the outcome, but unfortunately it is what it is. And both of them suffering a massive blow because of that one. Both were at one time challengers potentially for the win in their class.
I think it was incident limit from Doug Cloud. I can see laps 53 and 54 did not count for him as our leaders in the GTOs. Well, some of them are in. Yuko Lesko is going to take over from Joni Hagner and come back out of the pits. So,
but well, no, Doug still has a black flag. Actually, I'm checking. So you know what? I wonder if it was supposed to be a drive-through, and he wasn't supposed to stop in his pit stall, and he did that, and so now it doesn't count as having been served.
So he's going to have to come in again.
Man.
So that puts Sergei Blasco into a solid second position over Nick McConnell's. And they're a good 20 seconds behind Leskolo. Man, this race.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this is why you can't give up in endurance racing. I think one of the best pieces of advice I've always seen given is keep going. Get the car back out there. Keep putting the laps in. You don't know what's going to happen in these style of races, especially in the IMSA Vintage cars, where there are so many unknowns that can happen.
And Doug Cloud comes in and goes to his pit box again. The black flag is not clearing for him. We'll have to see whether or not it does. Like, you're not missing anything in the lead of the race. Valenteus is still 1 second behind Stephen Morgan, where he's been for quite a while. Doug Cloud in for another... How many seconds is he going to be parked there? I thought it was stop and go penalties.
I don't know, but I don't. Whatever he's doing, he's not serving it right. So usually that black flag should go away. Okay,
I mean, this is just heartbreaking for Doug. He was up there battling possibly for the lead, and now this black flag and whatever he has to do to serve it. 45 seconds. That's a regular pit stop.
And this time it's gone.
This time, I don't know what would hold you for 46 seconds.
Watching to see if it'll reappear, because maybe what he did was he sped twice. It could have been that. I don't know, but
stop and hold for 45 seconds for speeding in the pit lane?
Possibly.
It's not reappeared, so he's free and clear now, but in 13th and a full lap down.
Wow. The tides can change so quickly in IMSA Vintage. Brett Gardner, haven't talked about him in quite some time. He is down here in 10th, just behind John Whitendorf. Now, we did talk about the car before, because it was Jake Cummings until a couple laps ago that was driving in this number 51. So we're picking right back up where we had left off as they're overtaken by our leaders in the GTPs. Morgan sneaks through, and now Valenteus gets the straightaway to go by.
Absolutely. So Gardner about 8/10 tucked in behind Whitendorf. Yeah, I mean, just the complexion of the race can change at any time. You just got to keep going. I mean, I highly doubt that after the incident that they had at the beginning of the race, Brain Freeze team with Josh Brain and Mickey Friesen, I don't think they would expect themselves to be in the top 10, but they're now in 8th position solidly. Yes, they're a lap behind our leader, Yuka Leskola, and they're also off strategy, but they still have an opportunity here to gain good points. Man, it's a crazy race right now. Valenteus tucked in behind Stephen Morgan. Just remember how many leaders, how many people we've seen solidly in the lead of the GTPs as well this race, as we see Krzysztof Olejniczak making the fastest lap of the race.
Also, clouds have come back pretty significantly. Oh, that was a late maneuver from the 15. And that Audi disappeared. So, okay, there they are. I was going to say they assumed they maybe went off track a bit. That they just dove out of the way when they saw that car coming. But that lost some time, honestly, to the number 15 car. I was going to say the temperatures in the track have gone down significantly now. It's down to 84 degrees Fahrenheit because of all the cloud cover we've been getting lately.
Absolutely, and that's going to impact, that's going to make the Audi, the Audi GTO, a little bit more understeery, which is exactly what you want in the Audi. And for the GTPs, this should allow them to push a little bit harder on their tires over the course of a stint. It's probably going to come next stint, which, frankly, the next stint's going to be coming up fairly quickly for these drivers. They're 21 laps into this stint at the moment.
Yep, so you're right. We will be seeing them pretty darn soon here as Valenteus tries his best, but just can't seem to keep up and pass Stephen Morgan, who's been doing an awesome job. I definitely want to heap some praise on that 77, because like I said, if you can beat Valenteus, and you are a fast driver, and so far he's been holding his own up against one of the best we've ever seen in this Nissan GTP ZX.
Yeah, absolutely. And his fastest lap is right on par with Valenteus. Valenteus' fastest lap so far is a 47.4 to Morgan's 47.4. The fastest lap that we have seen so far in the race, it just came from, it just came from Lenacek at a 47.2.3. Robert Nash has done a 47.2.8 as well. So we see Gardner battling it out with Whitendorf, and Gardner taking it way too deep into that corner. So under the Corvette bridge, he's going to be back behind by about 2 seconds.
Thought he was going to make that corner. You know what? I think he actually missed a shift, because he made it through the corner and then suddenly looked like the car didn't go. So he stayed out of the way. So he'll have to catch back up to that 70 after I thought he finally got that one done. We've watched those two cars in that same order for so many laps, and just wasn't meant to be, unfortunately.
I have to say, I have really enjoyed watching this series develop over the last couple of years, and watching iRacing develop over the last couple of years. The beauty of this track, I mean, the overcast that we're seeing right now, dropping the track temperature down to 82 degrees, amazing to see that affect how you drive. It's just been so cool to watch as it's developed over time, and to watch this series and this race develop over time, and seeing it with the popularity that it has today, having all these drivers come out and race with us here. Leskola leading by no surprise, 18 seconds. Still, nothing's changed week on week, but it's just an amazing experience to see all these drivers out here racing these vintage IMSA machines in the IMSA Vintage series and just having a blast.
And I've said it in the past, but to your point, I joined iRacing in 2010, and looking at it as it is now and comparing it to back then, both in the selection of cars and tracks and just all the incredible features they've added, is jaw-dropping what they've developed in that time. And that wasn't even since the very start of them opening up to public memberships. So yeah, it's pretty wild to see the evolution of the sim. As here we go again, we're going to get another try down into turn 5. Let's see if he can make the corner this time.
Well, Whitendorf backing off a little bit this time around. That's going to allow Gardner to brake when he feels that he needs to, versus trying to competitively brake against Whitendorf. And that's going to allow Gardner to sneak by into 9th position. SimCity Racing number 70 falling back to the Alien Motorsport number 51.
All right, long time coming for that one, but they've finally changed hands here.
Still in the pits. Stephen Morgan in the pits for X4 Motorsport, number 77. Audrey Valenteus goes around one more time. It looks like Robert Nash is going to come to the pits as well. We'll see whether or not everyone else follows, but Valenteus able to go around another time. I was thinking he might have been fuel saving, but it seemed like he was trying to get up to the back of Stephen Morgan, but I guess not.
Also, we're down to only 35 cars, it looks like, because the car of Pushrod Racing, Hisada, who sadly never got to hand it over to his teammate, Sintez Galindo, looks like they have retired now. And then the AVIAF car with Van Hixie has also been in the pits for about 13 minutes, so I don't know if we'll see them in. So those will be our two latest retirements in an involved incident, unfortunately. Valenteus now our leader, now that X4 Motorsport has pitted, but we don't know what this is going to look like after the pit stops, especially if we see the 15 manage to go an extra lap and be able to overcut.
Yeah, now is the time for Valentez to put the hammer down. He needs to get his fastest lap of the race in right now. It's the coolest the track's been. It's the lightest the car has been since on this stint. Now, and the sun's out, so you should have a decent amount of grip on the track still as well. So Valentez needs to push right now. No matter how many laps he can do on overcut, he should be absolutely pushing so that he can hopefully get out ahead of Stephen Morgan. And speaking of Stephen Morgan, nope, Alexander Van der Sant's on an alternate strategy. And Valentez is going to go around one more time as we see Christoph in the pits as well. Here we see Kevin Parrish coming into the pits. So most of the rest of our GTPs are taking to the pits right now. And Valentez looks like he's getting held up a little bit by the lapped Ambrose Esteban.
Esteban, the last running, I believe, of our GTPs right now. So Gonzaga down in 18th at the moment. He just takes a pit stop. That actually might be the last running now that he stops in like that. I think there was a bit of a change of position for those cars when they pitted. So I thought I heard Makhmatov saying something over the radio, but I just missed it. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's just saying that his car was broken. Unfortunately, just frustration over that incident with Nick Mkanos. Shared incident responsibility, I would say, between the two of them. Just coming together in the middle of the road, coming down to the braking before. There we see Valentez, though, making it past Istvan, and a blown up Halewood. That's interesting.
Yeah, that is. Now, that won't put oil on the track and fluids like you would normally see in real life. But what it does do is if you're driving behind it, often you can get all kinds of that gunk on your windscreen. And this isn't open cockpit racing where you can peel off one of the tabs on your visor. So they'll now have to wait until the next pit stop if they've got a clouded windscreen. And for Valentez, that's actually right now anyways.
All right, so the trick is Valentez wants to come out in the gap between Van der Sant and Morgan. Morgan is just now going through turn 4. Now remember, you think that, oh my gosh, that's a huge gap for Valentez, but remember, it's 48 seconds in the pits. So Morgan caught up in a little bit of traffic with some of the GTOs of Josh Brain in 8th position. So Morgan's not having the best lap right now. And Alexander Van der Sant will likely inherit the lead off of this. So that is no surprise. Valentez in the box, 15 seconds, just got the tires done. It's all fuel now for Valentez.
The thing is, we still don't know if Van der Sant can make it to the end on the same amount of stops as his rivals, because we thought maybe he had pitted a bit early that one time that he got that damage, but we don't know for certain. So I'm very curious to see once we get down to those last 25 laps or so, if he is still on the same cycle as them.
Stephen Morgan went a little bit deep into Canada corner. Van der Sant still in the pits. And sorry, Valentez just coming out of the pits, 48 seconds flat to Morgan's 47.8. Morgan's coming across the stripe now.
I think he's going to get him.
I think he's going to get him. It's going to be real close into turn 1.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, I thought that he was going to be ahead, and no. Valentez, with that little mistake from Morgan, has jumped him by the tiniest of margins. And that goes to show what is at stake here. You cannot slip up at the top end of the field. You have to stay sharp.
Morgan got held up by Josh Brain and Mads Lundy over the course of that lap and then went deep into Canada corner. And that was the difference. 0.5 of a second. He lost it on that lap to Valentez, who was able to stay pretty free and clear over the course of his 2 overcut laps. And Valentez moves to the lead. Morgan has work to do, and he's got less fuel to do it with.
The irony is Valentez technically still isn't leading this race because Van der Sant is still up at the front and will be until his pit cycle comes around. Once that happens, then the 15 will finally get to lead this race. So he is on the lead of his strategy is the good news for him. And we're going to take a little bit of a replay. Woo! Big moment from Morgan, who's going to get away with it, but looked shaky coming out of the carousel trying to avoid that Audi. And this is Steve Halewood blowing his engine, it appears.
Yeah, so I'm curious as to... Oh, well, that's how...
That'll do it. Just hit too hard.
Dipped the right rear tire into the grass, and that spins it up. And now you got four-wheel drive, and the four wheels cut into... you get into the diff there, and the four wheels start spinning and hit the outside wall, pancake your engine. That's likely your race done.
And makes all of the track no longer a no smoking section for a little bit there, unfortunately, as Morgan still behind significantly now. It's almost 2 seconds. He was just a couple car lengths back. I wonder if the traffic didn't work well for him, because now Valenteus starting to run away.
Yeah, and I think he actually needs to back it off, believe it or not. He's been sliding those rear tires through the exits of the corners, and if you heat those rear tires up at this stage in the stint to the point where it's slippery, you're going to be losing a ton of time on corner exit for the rest of the stint. He's got to just back it down, got to give that gap just a little bit more, back it off to like 3 or 4 seconds, and then work your own race. Let Valenteus do his thing. You know you're as quick as him. You did it all last stint. So you could just relax a little bit, let the traffic play into your hands, and then hopefully have a shot at him on maybe the next stint.
Back to Spada once again. He's on the attack with Bruno. Bruno round the outside, can't hold him back, but he's going to cut back underneath. 2 wheels into the dirt for David. Looks like he's going to be able to hold on to it. In fact, Lundy is also going to take a position. Bruno down 2 in 1 corner.
Yeah, Bruno's got some right front damage that's affecting his drive off. When you damage the corners on this Audi, it actually affects the drive. You can see Lundy looking for a move down the inside there of Hurry Downs. Nothing happening there this time around. But when you damage the corners on this Audi, it actually can turn off the drive on that wheel. But unlike a regular car, when it comes to the wheels that are attached to the drivetrain, just like your regular vehicle, the wheels that are attached to the drivetrain actually carry more drag with them because they're attached to powertrain assembly. And because of that, you can definitely deal with some issues with extra understeer. But as you can see, Lundy trying to make a move up the inside here of Canada Corner on Spada. Under the brakes, gets it done. And Lundy up 2 positions in 1 lap.
Wow. Mads Ladd has done it. And he's taken 2 spots in a single lap, as you said, up into 5th position now. 16 seconds to get up to the number 88, though. So that's going to be a huge ask for him if he's got the speed. But it definitely looks like it, because he's dropping them behind quite quickly as they're overtaken by Istvan and Reed. In the meantime, both cars laps down. Meanwhile, now the battle goes back to being between Spada and Bruno.
It looks like Stephen Morgan has gotten his tires underneath him, closing that gap back down to 1.5 seconds on Valenteus. So still looking to be a little bit oversteery is Morgan. He's not going to want to carry that oversteer all the way through this stint, so he might need to cool off the tires a little bit more than he's doing right now. I worry about him wearing those rear tires away. We've seen multiple drivers in the GTPs just in this race alone, not to mention this series, burning off those rear tires over the course of a stint and then not having any sort of exit speed and even spinning. And man, Morgan almost spun coming through Canada Corner this time around, so he's really pushing to stay on the back of Valenteus.
I was checking kind of how things are looking in terms of the strategy. Like I said, we don't know who's completely able to make it. And this is about, if you pitted from here, shouldn't you only have 1 more stop left to go, technically? At about the 100 lap mark? And
25 laps per stint.
Yeah.
So it would be about
1 more stop.
1 more stop on the dot.
And guess who is in the position to do that? The car pitting right now, it is Jungbluth.
Oh, Jungbluth, really?
Yes.
So that'll be interesting. Van der Sant's also only 18 laps into his stint, so he has the same amount of pit stops to go as the rest of the field. What's interesting to me, Joe, is the rest of the field, I think, is going to have to save some fuel or split the last stint in half. So I think Van der Sant and Jungbluth might be in the catbird seat as far as strategy is concerned.
Exactly. So that kind of answers our question on Van de Sant, because, well, no, because he's got 2 more stops to go, I think, right? Because he's on lap 18, so he'll need 1 more here. And if he pits this next time, he'll need another stop to make it to lap 124. So yeah, no, Van de Sant can't do that.
Yeah, so it's
only Jungbluth.
So Jungbluth is possibly in the best position, but now he's way far back down.
Yes.
It's like 30 seconds back to the leaders.
Exactly.
But a pit stop's 40 seconds, or 48. Well, a full time in pit lane is 120. So it's going to be interesting.
So it looks like, yeah, he's about to be lapped now. So he won't be in for the win, I'm pretty certain, as it sits right here. Of course, that's being lapped by Van de Sant, so we don't think Van de Sant's going to be able to do it. And then he's coming out ahead of Valenteus. So it's going to be, I think, possibly a podium for this fuel-saving strategy from Jungbluth, from what we're seeing, because he's going to be way far down from the overall leaders. But when it comes down to the end, when they have to make a short splash and dash, he's going to start gaining positions hand over fist.
Absolutely. And here's Martin Arnoldus, who's tucked in behind Jungbluth, who just came out from that pit strategy call. So Jungbluth trying to play the game from back to front. Unfortunately, at the moment, Jungbluth is a full lap behind our leaders, but a good, I'd say 1 minute 30 behind Audrey's Valenteus. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to be a podium, possibly, for Jungbluth.
And
Morgan just had another moment through hurry downs. Morgan is pushing that car very, very hard right now, and here is Arnoldus trying to make a move on Jungbluth. Jungbluth not going to want to let this happen.
And he's defending the inside, coming down into the braking, very shallow into there. Somehow still makes the corner. Haven't seen him in a lot of action here today. It's all been strategy for that number 36 car, but the hard-charging Arnoldus up 7 from where he started, unable to make it stick there. He's going to get another try.
Yeah, so Arnoldus had a good opportunity in the Canada corner, but Jungbluth sending the message very clear that he does not want to be passed right now. The question is, does Arnoldus care? We will find out soon.
So the 24-25 laps, is that the ones just fuel saving, or are we looking at drivers mostly doing 23? Because I was also trying to figure out if you can do the pace that the leaders were doing, that's another thing that'll change for Fabian Jungbluth from here on out. If he only has to make 2 24-lap stints and go their pace, because he's been running about 1:50 for much of his laps. So I'm pretty sure he's been running a number.
So last pit stop for Van de Sant, just taking him as an example, was lap 56. The previous pit stop for Van de Sant was lap 34. So they're averaging 22-23.
Okay, so he's still going to have to save.
He's going to have to save, but he can do it. He's just going to have to save 2 laps.
Gotcha. Still commitment here to save that extra pit stop. And like we said, we think it may net him a podium finish. Unfortunately, he's fighting with one hand behind his back with his rival behind him trying to take the position and him trying to run as quick as he can. Josh Brain there having a bit of wheel off, who's back up into 8th position, like you mentioned earlier, still chugging away. And actually, is he catching up 7th, which is Matt Bruno? Let me check here.
Now that I think... So Timothy Vaughn's definitely catching up to Seamus Power for 8th position in the GTPs. One thing that's worth noting, Joe, about Jungbluth is that if he's trying to fuel save, it might actually do best to let Arnoldus go by.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just hang out on his rear wing, especially if he thinks Arnoldus is relatively as quick as him. But I will say this, Arnoldus' quickest lap is a 48.1 to Jungbluth's 47.7. So Jungbluth might not feel confident that Arnoldus would go fast enough for him to do the strategy effectively.
Which would explain why he's fighting him as hard as he is. He knows that he can't really afford to lose much more. He's already going a bit of a slower pace. as we watch Timothy Vaughn. Poor Kiwi's not been having a good day. And here's Van de Sant.
Absolutely. Our leader, Alexander Van de Sant, on lap 21. GTPs have been averaging 22, 23 laps a stint, so if Van de Sant has not been pushing, he'll likely come in within this lap or the next. But we could see him go as far as 25, as we have seen from Jungbluth, and I believe we had one driver do a 26 stint earlier on as well. So there's definitely a range for Van de Sant as far as him coming into the pits, but Vaughn has caught up to the back of Seamus Power for that 8th position, but has to back off to let Robert Noaker go by. Well, actually, just to give Robert Noaker some room. So Vaughn losing that time, about 2 seconds now behind Seamus Power, as Vaughn is going to come into the pits now.
Yep, so we're starting to see a few more drivers take their service. Freckleton also getting his service too. So he'll hit his pit stall and be back out.
23 laps respectively.
Okay. So he'll need at least one more stop as well. So where he comes out in regards to the Toyota Minolta car tells us where they're going to be. And wow, the 36 is already past him. So yeah, he's not going to be anywhere close. Essentially, I guess once we see these next cars pit, that will give us an idea of kind of where it's going to shake out.
Yes, that is accurate, with the exception of
Van de Sant.
The exception of Jungbluth, I believe.
Oh yeah, yes, exactly.
Van de Sant should be pitting, I would guess, at the end of this lap, if not the next. And then at that point, we'll have a good understanding of where, as far as the GTPs are concerned, about where the finishing order we would expect, minus Jungbluth, who's kind of the wild card right now.
Van de Sant on lap 22, by the way, so we expect he'll be in pretty quickly here. Arnoldus still behind Fabian Jungbluth here, doing his best to see if he can manage to sneak by, but no dice quite yet. We're going to go around the outside of Kundelis, another driver that's probably quite disappointed. 14 laps down. No, that's from the overall lead. So 4 laps down, actually, from class leader is slow and confused. Liumba and Kundelis at one point looked likely to try and vie for the win.
I think there are three teams that are not disappointed right now in this race. That would be Rusty Glacier in the lead of the GTOs, as well as Sergei Blasco on his own self-named team in second position. And then probably, I would say, Adrius Valenteus in second position in the GTPs. Even though he had an incident earlier, he's been able to claw his way through the field quite effectively. So I think those are the only 3 drivers who have not had some sort of incident that's put them in a weird spot where they've had to recover from over the course of this race. And we still have a good hour 15 minutes to go as Van de Sant comes into the pits.
Indeed. So he's taking his service from here. And to tell you the difference, I mean, the cars on the other strategy are already 8 to 10 laps in on theirs. So massive difference between those two. Here we go. Are we going to see a change of position? Yes, we are. Arnoldus is going to be able to slice through, but a cut back underneath almost opens the door for Jungbluth. He decides to back out of it.
Yep, so now it's time for Jungbluth to try onto the back of Arnoldus and just fuel save as much as possible on the entries at the corners. That's where you do your fuel saving in these machines. Is lifting before the braking zones. You're going to give yourself a good half second lift, 2 seconds if you're feeling real spicy. But I would expect to see Jungbluth fall a little bit off the back of Arnoldus over the course of the next laps. I think Arnoldus is pushing for all he's worth.
For what it's worth, Van de Sant is out in 6th position after his pit stop. Good to go.
Sorry, Arnoldus almost ran into the back of Doug Cloud there. Doug just can't get out of chaos today. That almost caused an incident between Arnoldus and Doug. So Arnoldus able to hang on to it, but that was almost the end of Doug's race.
I feel like Doug Cloud maybe has been hanging around Laust Olsen too much, picked up a bit of his luck lately.
Speaking of Laust, we haven't seen him here in this split, at least today. I'll have to take a look to see whether he's in one of the others, but Laust Olsen not present in the top split.
Valenteus, our leader, by about 3 seconds currently. Ever since Morgan got past, Steven has not been able to keep up with the number 15. There you can see him in the background as well. So it looks like that one's, at least on pace, more in the hands of Adrius Valenteus. But again, we don't know if strategy will change. And of course, there's always the factor of the traffic around here, or just simply something you could not have predicted changing the course of this one, which it already has done numerous times in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the weather keeps changing as far as the temperature is concerned. The on-track temperature, I believe it's a static temperature as far as the world temperature, still 67 Fahrenheit, but the clouds doing a very, very good job of making the drivers have to adapt to different conditions on track. As we can see, Fabian Jungluth falling back off the back of Arnaldus. I think Jungluth trying to do some fuel saving here, get to that 25 lap stint length, and then he'll try and do it one more time to get to the end of the race as well. But the standings as you see them now are, and the GTPs at least, are going to be fairly reflective of what we are going to see towards the end of this race, with Andres Valenteus currently in the lead. If they are to finish now, this would be about where we would cycle through. So Andres Valenteus in the lead in that TTS pool service repair machine. Stephen Morgan down in second position, X4 Motorsports machine, about 3.5 seconds back. Then we've got Robert Nash in the Nash Motorsports machine in car number 196 in third position. In the GTOs, Yuko Leskola still leads by 20 seconds over Sergei Blasco, who's got 26 seconds himself over Nick Mikanos in the Death Grip Racing machine. Yuko Leskola just doing his normal Saturday drive out here, and just, you know, it's taking about 6 times longer than it normally does on a Saturday for his normal IMSA Vintage races. But Leskola commandingly in the lead right now, and probably a nice warm-up for Joni Hagner if Hagner has any ideas of coming back to the IMSA Vintage series as a regular racer. This will be a great reintroduction to him. Here we see Sergei Blasco. Blasco has been a driver who's putting his name on the map as well, able to stay within that 20-second realm to Leskola over the course of this stint. His fastest lap, in fact, is only 0.2 down from Leskola's fastest lap, and so that is a good drive from him. I can report that Francois Schink is back into the pits in the number 88 ATC GTO. He's going to be taking his regularly scheduled pit stop at 25 laps into his stint. Here we see Alexander Vandersant back out in his off-cycle stint, trying to duke it out with Christoph Lenacek in that 063 Loot Crate machine. That's going to be Vandersant in the team. Alexander Vandersant, default team name adjustment. And we're going to take a look at this replay for Dylan Freckleton as we see a wreck there. Who was that off? Trying to see. I believe. Oh, that was. Yeah, that was one of our GTO drivers. Looks like Esteban who went off. Unfortunately, we're gonna take a look at this replay though, and let's see what happens here. So this is Dylan Freckleton. And Freckleton's gonna just go wide through the corner. Coming onto the long straight. So through turn 2, just taking it too wide, a little bit late on the brakes, a little bit of understeer, and pushing out wide. Unfortunately for Freckleton, that's going to drop him further back in the field. But here we see Alexander Vandersant trying to claw his way forward. He unfortunately is on this off-cycle pit stop, so 6th position. These are now passes for position for him towards the end of this race. So 6th position is about where we believe he's going to end up if we are going to get to the end of this race. Taking a look at another replay here. This is going to be of Ambrius Istvan. This is Istvan spinning through turn 4, just too deep on the brakes, a little bit too much steering angle, and with the rear brake bias that you need in order to steer the car into the corner. Spins him around. He gets back going, though, without getting into the gravel, so should not have too much going on the rear tires, aside from them being very hot. back live to Van de Sant still chasing down Olenicek. He's for 5th position in the GTPs. I can report Valenteus still out to 2 seconds of a lead over Stephen Morgan. Morgan trying to claw back that lead to Valenteus after starting this stint with hot tires, Joe.
Yeah, he's trying his best to see what he can make up for, considering he went off strategy. And if you are just joining us, that was because he had contact with a GTO that missed a shift in front of him and has since been had to take a pit stop off strategy, which is what has given him the extra stop here. So, and coming up to the likes of Krzysztof Olenek, he's got to make up about a second here if he wants to crack into the top 5.
Taking a look at lap times now to see who's improving, who's struggling. The track temperature, we expected that it would be fully overcast at this stage in the race, but the track temperature has maintained at 91 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind still at 11 miles per hour out of the northeast, so still a high wind, and that might be what's affecting some of our drivers on their braking. But here we see Timothy Reed tucked in behind it, Timothy Vaughn, the two Timothys finally meeting on track during this race.
Now the question is this for position, though, between them? And yes, it is. So this is for 12th and 13th from different parts of the world, though. And looks like this one's going to easily go to Reed. Well, I thought so. He lifts before they get to the braking zone as the Kiwi will at least hold on to 12th for now. Back through turn 7 now. He's still sticking with him, though. The way he caught up to him, I'm pretty sure this is more a matter of when and not if, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. And Timothy Vaughn on different strategy than Timothy Reed. 5 laps into his stint is Vaughn to Reed's 19. So it's different strategies for these drivers. So Timothy Reed probably wants to get by Vaughn and doesn't want to get held up because he's in a different race altogether than Vaughn. So going to look to the inside here for Canada corner. Looks like Vaughn's going to give it to him.
Yep, he kind of saw the writing on the wall, allowed him through, and off goes Timothy Reed, who should have been another one that was up towards the front of the field at certain points, was fighting for the lead in this race, but another good name here, Macho Grande car, the number 6, has not even reached back into the top 10.
There's so many shouldas in this race, Joe. And this is one of those ones where it's just going to be frustrating for a lot of people because they will know that they had good opportunities in front of them, and some of them due to no fault of their own, and others due to just lapses of judgment, just making the wrong choice at the wrong time, are going to be looking on at what could have been for these drivers today.
Yeah, you can see Reed now just kind of scampering away and off to do as well as he can to try and finish this one. I do want to give credit to a lot of the drivers because often it's easy in these big events since there's multiple time slots that iRacing offers so that everybody gets a good opportunity to try and compete. That if it doesn't go well, you can try and jump in another one later on, and sometimes you'll see drivers retire from this to save their energy. But I am of the mind of I like to see drivers try to finish races out and just see what happens from there. So the never give up attitude has persisted, it seems, in the IMSA Vintage Series. As Van de Sant, that's just going by Francois Schenk, but up the road is it's still Olenek. So he hasn't caught Olenek quite yet. Would have thought that he'd be quicker than the 063.
Yeah, me too. And he was right on the back of Olenek for some time. But unfortunately, it seems like he's dropped back due to traffic. So, yeah, I think Van de Sant's just struggling to find his place in this race. Being on that off strategy, he's 10 laps newer tires and 10 laps more fuel than Olenek. Olenek up the inside there of Sergei Blasko, our second position driver in the GTOs. And Blasko definitely making a name for himself. tucking it in there still within 0.3 of Leskala's times, but it's fallen back in recent laps. It was down to 19 seconds between the two of them. And Hugo Leskala, even with a slide through turn 5, he has still managed to gain 2 seconds. Here is that slide.
Now, we're used to seeing him do this, but that's after he takes a win. So I don't think this is intentional.
No, this is not intentional, but at the same time, it's not even out of control for Leskala. This is just, I think...
That's a Tuesday.
Yeah, I think this would have been one of those things where Joni Hagner says, "You okay?" And Leskala's like, "Yeah, I'm fine."
The Finns are another breed, and when you stick them in rally machinery especially, there's something completely different about them.
It's in their blood.
It really is. Something in the water or something. But he's been managing this race extremely well, with now more than 20 seconds ahead of Sergio Blasco. And then, I mean, it's separated significantly for the entire GTO field. We should point that out because Bucanos is about 26 seconds behind Blasco for that second spot. And then off the podium, you have to go to another 46 seconds down to Ripple Motorsport with Mads Lundi.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that the only drivers in the GTO field who have not been involved in an incident are Yuka Leskala and Sergei Blasco. Everyone else has been involved in some sort of incident today, and that's why we're seeing such big gaps. Normally, we're used to there being packs of 4 or 5 cars in the GTOs that stick together because of how they are as far as draft machines. But the closest battle we have in the GTOs right now is between Mads Luna and Davide Spada for the 4th position, and that's separated by 1.6 seconds. So it's quite an unusual race for the GTOs.
There's 8 cars left on the lead lap, both in GTO and in GTP right now. So not too shocking. Actually, I'm surprised there's that many at this stage of the race that are still on the same lap as the leaders. That could change dramatically once we get down to the fuel strategy fully playing out, though. So we got to sit tight. And in about 13 laps, we'll get to that stage where we can see cars make that last stop. That said, since they don't have full course yellows, there's no reason for drivers to try and make an early pit stop to get to the end to cover off that eventuality.
And it's also worth mentioning that the GTOs have their own strategy that they have to be concerned about. They're 20 laps. Most of them are about 20 laps into their stint. The first driver to come to the pits is going to be Mads Luna from Ripple Motorsports Yellow in the number 4 machine. We do have a driver into the pits now. That's Martin Arnaldus, as Jorge Gonzaga goes off again in the number 113 in the GTPs. But yeah, the GTO strategy, there's still some left to play in this as far as the strategy is concerned for the GTOs, but it's going to have to come down to mistakes. But as we've seen today, mistakes have been plentiful.
Yes, that is putting it mildly. You are not out of the woods if there is still racing to be done and you haven't gotten the checkered flag. So you got to keep focused this entire time. Valenteus, I have no doubt, knows that and is going to be doing his best as he comes upon yet more of our GTOs. Picks one on one side, the other on the other side, and he's done with them just like that.
Got to give credit to Dougie Beard and that camera shot. That overhead helicopter shot is one of the most beautiful of Road America, and I love seeing that coming into hurry downs. But Valenteus, quick off the corners, 3.3 seconds and gaining over Stephen Morgan, who, after overheating his tires coming out of the pits, trying to stay on the back of Valenteus, just has not been able to stay to the back of him. But I think he's racing his own race right now and hoping that Valenteus will come back to him over the course of the next couple stints.
Yeah, the bad news is he's lost about 3.5 seconds to him since the pit stops. The good news is that's over 18 or 16 laps, I should say, that he's lost that. And comparing that pace to Valenteus, I'd say he should take heart. Like I said, there's not many drivers that can keep up with Adrius and his incredible pace. So Morgan has honestly been doing his best, and he's still looking at a potential second place.
Timothy Reed into the pits after 23 laps. He's going to come back out and be down in the 14th position, more or less in his own world right now. He's got Javier Soto on the Twitch Strati team in the number 81, about 9 seconds up the road from him. But those are the only two who are 2 laps down. So that's the only position that he can fight for at this stage in the race, Timothy Reed. Usually a front runner in the IMSA Vintage Series regular 40-minute races, but this time around, much like many of our drivers in this field, running into issues early on.
You know, we often talk about, when we cover one of our other vintage series here on GSRC, the Lotus 79 Sunday Grand Prix series, how the Lotus 79 community seems to kind of almost foster or be a cradle for a lot of pro licensed drivers on iRacing. Kind of surprised we haven't seen Valenteus over there, not because he has a pro license, but because he's got nearly 9,000 iRating. And I almost wonder if it's going to be a matter of time before we see him with a black stripe.
I agree. It's surprising to me that he has not gotten into a field where he's been able to do that. I can report that Ripple Motorsports Yellow Mads Lunda has come into the pits and been replaced by Charlimporn Asavalon, and so that's going to be a driver change for the two of them. But yeah, like you said, it is a little surprising to see Valenteus not have that black stripe yet. Not to say that that's any shortcoming on his part, but if he does end up getting one, I don't think anyone is going to be surprised, and no one's going to think that he doesn't deserve it, because he definitely does.
And for those that aren't familiar with how iRacing works, you only get that black pro stripe if you qualify for and are entered into one of the pro series on iRacing. There's a number of ones they have for off-road trucks. They have it for rallycross. They have it for open wheelers. They have oval racing. They have dirt oval as well. And any one of those can get you that black stripe in that discipline. But you have to intentionally try to qualify for those to get it. So some of it might just be that Audrius just isn't interested in trying to put himself into that realm, because it is a lot of work, a lot of hard work and dedication to make it up to that level. But whatever the case, frankly, from what I've seen of him so far, I think he's got the chops for it.
Yeah, he could totally compete with that if he chose to. We're taking a look at Christopher Pites, who's up the back of Brett Gardner right now. He's been gaining about quarter of a second a lap on Gardner, so this pass should be done and dusted in at least a lap or two laps time, if Gardner doesn't provide too much of a defense. They've got Yuko Leskola tucked in behind them as well, our leader. Leskola not losing any time at the moment with these two ahead of them. Leskola doing 2:05.6s to Christopher Pites 2:06.3s, and then we have Gardner's 2:07.5s up ahead. We're going to take a look at a replay.
Yeah, so this is Robert Nash. Oh no, I hope something didn't happen to him here, because he's been having a great race. He's sitting in third. Does the car get away from him? Those curbs are not a good idea with the way this car gets downforce. As soon as you get the bottom of the car separated from the ground, you lose that downforce, and thankfully nobody hit him.
Yep, but third position for Nash, 22 seconds now behind Morgan, so lost a lot of time, and believe it or not,
he's pitting in. Well, Nash is in.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Or what? Yeah, I think he could do it on 2 more stops, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but this is only lap 20, so I guess maybe he's just trying to make each stint smaller so that take on less fuel each time.
Here's Reed doing a great job avoiding an incident from getting into Nash there. So good evasive maneuvers for Timothy Reed. Fairly used to them at this stage in the race. But yes, like you said, I think Nash is coming in because he would have absolutely burnt off his tires doing that. He was going to be a good second, 2, 3. He would have lost 3 seconds easily just trying to get the tires back into an operating window. Makes sense. If you have 2 more stops to go anyway, just take it now. Get fresh tires. Get going.
Well, another theory as well, it could be that since we know the cars tend to be quicker when they're lighter, maybe make these stints as short as possible evenly across them. You see what I'm saying? Split it up.
But at the same time, that means you're carrying. Yeah, I mean, it can work out. There's different philosophies behind that, and I do think that is a viable strategy. But it puts you back further in the pack multiple times.
It does, yeah. There are downsides to it for sure. But now if he only needs 20 laps of fuel at a time, he doesn't fill it up completely, he'll be able to run quicker laps. It becomes more of a sprint race for him. This is all speculated on our part, but
Yes.
Boy, you can see just the dirt and grime as well that is built up on that car over time. As Gardner is going to give up a spot, but not just to the leader, but it looks like Chris Pies is going to be able to get through.
Yeah, it was just a bad exit on the final corner. I think he got a little bit intimidated by Fabian Jungbluth tucked in behind him and misshifted. Jungbluth doing a good job to avoid Gardner on that misshift, and Pies also doing a good job to avoid Gardner on the misshift.
Yeah, I think he's letting that leader through, and he's going to retain that spot ahead of Gardner, so he'll stay in that P6. I was mentioning earlier, used to seeing Chris in a Porsche because he races in the Porsche Club of America quite frequently over on our friends at the Race Spot channel. And right now he's going to try his hand here, is just zipping by. You can see the speed difference there. That was a lapped car, so that's not one of our front runners right now. That was Timothy Reed just, blasting past them.
Yeah, and Timothy Reed's a good second a lap slower than our leaders in the GTPs right now. So, yeah, that's just how strong the GTPs are under braking. It's often that the GTP drivers will forget about this, and so sometimes they'll duck in front of GTO under braking and make the GTO really stress about that. But fortunately, Timothy Reed's been around long enough to make this move work, and we're going to take a look at it.
Yeah, let's take a glance at the replay. This is Jorge Gonzaga. He's been having troubles all day long. Oh, no. Oh, that might be day over for him now, because that was a monstrous hit, and that's concrete out there. There's no tires where he made contact with the wall. So I'm expecting, even if he was able to repair, he'd only get a couple laps to try and get back onto the track.
Yeah, that might be one where, you just take the next hour and go home, think about it a little bit.
Think about your life choices.
Yeah, I was about to say that, but I didn't want to say that. But Brett Gardner still tucked in behind Pies. I think if we could follow him through this stint, obviously Lesko's likely going to run away from these two, but if Gardner can follow Pies through they're really at the end of their stints. They're on lap 25 and 26 respectively, but it doesn't look like Gardner wants to follow. He wants to lead.
Yeah, he's going to be able to use that slipstream to sneak on by. Although fighting back, Pies breaks deep down into turn 5, cuts back underneath him. Wow, he took a lot off. Oh, too much! He bit off more than he could chew into the wall. And just like that, Christopher Pies has a smoking engine now.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just over-rotated on him and kept rotating around the corner. And if you don't lock on the brakes quickly enough, the four-wheel drive will absolutely send you that deep. But we see our leaders in the GTPs into the pits. This is going to be Aaron Humphrey, Seamus Power, and Christoph Olenicek into the pits as well.
Indeed. So now we still wait for Valenteus to pit in.
Sergio Blasco also came into the pits from second position in the GTOs. Interesting.
Okay.
These GTP and GTO pit stops should be happening relatively around the same time because both classes are at the end of their stints.
Blasco. Oh, no, it was Blasco. I think Blasco just served a black flag. Did he actually stop?
47 seconds.
Oh, he did. Okay,
box.
excuse me.
So.
I saw him continue on out. I thought maybe he had a drive-through or something, which is the other thing that could happen here. If drivers are getting close on incident points, remember, at 50, you get that drive-through penalty.
Absolutely. So that's something that drivers are going to have to start thinking about, especially those who have been in multiple incidents today, and we've seen many of them. So it's going to be challenging for these drivers, those who are up there in the incident counts. Obviously, we're not going to know that for a while. But Kevin Parrish comes into the pits from 9th position in the GTPs. And we should start to see our GTO leaders come into the pits soon. Leskola and Makanos are both on 26 laps. Spada is on 25 in the 4th position. Blasco was able to come out back in 3rd spot, 43 seconds down on Makanos, so should easily overtake him when Makanos goes into the pits.
Indeed. And Valentes, we're also expecting to come out ahead of the 77, as we still need to see the TT pool service car to try and take his stop to get to, well, not to the end, but his last full stop, we should say, before this race is over. Olenek here as well, sitting in 7th place, just took his stop, but we know that they can only go at max 24 laps with fuel savings. So no matter what, he's going to be in. And yes, indeed, good call. So where does he emerge?
He missed his box.
Oh, that's means
going to be 2 seconds at least. That's going to mean Morgan is likely to overtake if he didn't have a bad outlap.
Well, that depends, because Morgan was about down, 3 or 4 seconds down. So if it was only 2 seconds lost, it'll be closer. But I don't know if this is a slam dunk. I mean, we'll have to watch. Here's the 77 of Stephen Morgan. Now coming around towards the kink. I can tell you that Valenteus is still taking service. He's about 30 seconds in. And as we've seen, it's been 47, 46 seconds for most cars here on this stop. So I'm watching to see when he is going to emerge out. He's got one of the closer pit stalls to the end of this pit lane. He's going now.
He's got an Audi in front of him.
Yeah, he's going to have to share that pit exit. Surely he's got his spotter telling him that that car is there, and he lets him go, and he is out with, oh, wow. Yeah, so that is even a mistake. And, I mean, we haven't seen many mistakes out of that 15.
It wasn't a mistake from Morgan. It was 40-second pit stop from Valenteus. Oh. He short-fueled.
Okay.
Because he realizes that he's got another pit stop to go, so why carry the fuel? He just guaranteed himself, since he missed his box, probably ticked it down 1 tick so he could get out earlier.
Interesting. And I wonder if that is because he overshot his pit stall. Maybe he's thinking, I don't want to get caught behind that 77 car and lose more time trying to fight him. So maybe this is getting him track position, because he is going to have to pay that back later. If he short-fueled it, then he'll need just a bit more fuel than his rivals around him. But now he's going to be good. So here is where he missed his pit stall. Coming down into it, how much was it by? Oh, that was a decent margin, honestly.
Yeah, that was a big margin. And it's rolling backwards into your pit stall, it usually takes longer as well. So I think he made the right call short fueling, but that means he's going to be off strategy a tiny bit going into the final stint. But, I mean, it's for Stephen Morgan. He's just got to push as hard as he can during the stint, try and keep those tires underneath him and get going. I can report Yoni Hagner's back in the car in that Rusty Glacier machine. 27 seconds between himself and Sergei Blasko. Sergei Blasko losing those extra 5 seconds due to a spin that he had through hurry downs.
And Van de Sande is probably kind of confused right now, because that short stop has meant that Valenteus has emerged only about 6 seconds behind him now. And I'm pretty sure the gap has been a lot larger than that before. Yeah. But cutting so much time off of his pit stop, this means that if Valenteus is actually quicker than Van de Sande, it might backfire in a bit, in the sense that he's now going to have to battle with Van de Sande for what is track position, but they're on different strategies.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that I'm sure Stephen Morgan's scratching his head a little bit too, being like, okay, why did you short fuel?
Yeah.
But so I think there's just some drivers who are going to be thinking a little bit hard on these next couple laps about, what does this mean? What do I have to do differently? Because it's going to adjust the strategy, because you're not just chasing a driver anymore. If you're Stephen Morgan, you're having to be very consistent. So taking a look at Dylan Frackleton, who's tucked in behind Timothy Vaughn in the lean, mean Phil Collins machine. Freckleton in that 85 versus Double Duck Racing in the number 74.
Absolutely. So fighting for 9th now. Vaughn has been basically sent to the back early on in this race and has been doing what he can to try and keep up with things, although he slid a bit there into the corner. That's going to lose him some time to the 85 now. And to his credit, Vaughn is still on the lead lap as we check in with Mickey Friesen now, who I believe... No, I think Friesen's still on the lead lap, is he?
Yes, Friesen is still in the lead lap, but he's off strategy from the rest of the field. And I was going to mention that about Vaughn and Freckleton. They're both off strategy on the same strategy. So that means that the pass, any pass that's made between Freckleton and Vaughn would be a pass for position towards the end of this race. They're on the same strategy that Van de Sant is on right now. Davide Spada just came into the pits and out of the pits. He's now down in 8th position, but he's got the 3 cars up ahead of him who have yet to pit. The first is going to be John Weitendorf. Next would be Mickey Friesen, who's just ahead of him. And then Francois Schink, the TCR driver, in 6th position, would be the last to pit out of those 3.
Yeah, the race is definitely not over, but we are seeing huge separation in this class. It's not even really a battle for best of the rest. It's basically who can avoid these mistakes late in the race. Spada showing some war wounds on the right front of that Audi currently. 28 laps to go. We're getting close to where drivers could maybe pit in early if they wanted to get to the end of this race, at least in the GTP class. But we'll see if anybody tries that as we continue to follow Freckleton down and around through the carousel.
A report on Fabian Jungbluth, since Joe just mentioned how many laps to go, and some of you are thinking, you know, I thought I remembered someone at 25. Yeah, that was Fabian Jungbluth, who's been able to do 25-lap stints. And he's still down in 6th position on lap 22 of his stint, struggling with front tire grip at this stage in the race. But he still should be able to make it if he's able to save fuel and do those 25-lap stints. So he's got some work to do, but he's got a great opportunity to do it in.
Weitendorf and Cummings also pitting in. Actually, I think Cummings is on his way out now. Be carrying on and finishing up this race. Here he is on screen. Yeah, looks like he's on his way out and will return in 8th or 9th place. 8th place, yeah. And Ripple Motorsports is going to be close, but not close enough to try and overtake John, also heading on out.
Absolutely. So Weitendorf having finished his pit service in 47.9 seconds. So Mickey Friesen is the only driver, nope, 2 drivers. Francois Schink and Mickey Friesen are both drivers who short pitted, so they took less fuel than the rest of the field. Francois Schink only 38 seconds of fuel, and Mickey Friesen 40 seconds of fuel. If you're wondering why we haven't been talking about tires, tires and fuel are done at the same time in this series, so it's a free tire change in the pits, so that's why drivers have been taking tires every single time. That did not used to be the case. It used to be that they were done separately on these cars, but it has been changed to at the same time.
Were they actually separate at one point?
Yeah, they were. Oh. They were at one point.
I did not know that.
It was not fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it makes those strategy calls interesting, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
And Joni Hagner here at the top of our GTOs. Gap is up to 32 seconds now. And we know that these cars can go a bit longer, so I wonder if we'll see him. No, he has pitted in recently. He's on lap 2 of his stint. Yes. So, okay, yeah, they're already done and out.
And Hagner, 2:05.9 to Blasco in seconds, 2:07.6. So, Joni Hagner absolutely putting in laps right now. His the fastest lap for that team is a 2:04.638. So, Joni's still about a second and a half off of that. But putting in good laps right now as we take a look at our leader in the GTPs. Van de Sant, his best lap is a 1:47.2 to his last lap's 1:48.8. So, but he's 19 laps into his stint, so not in a particularly good place to make extra lap time.
A driver that's not trying to make lap time so much as fuel out there is Jungbluth, who we've mentioned before. He's on lap 23 of his stint, so he's definitely getting close to the end. This is going to be kind of tight here. I think it's going to be right on it if he can make his fuel numbers for this last stint, these last 2 stints, really, to be able to go to the end on just this one more stop. And he is staying out this time by, so that's a good sign.
Yeah. If he can do one more lap, then he's definitely got in the bag, and he doesn't have to fuel save as much during the final stint. But if he has to come in this time, he has to do his normal fuel save that he's been doing for the final stint. So I think he's going to try and make it to one more, but over the course of a stint, if you didn't save enough, you didn't save enough, and it's not worth trying to go around again. Van de Sant stuck in behind some lap traffic. Going to clear them into Canada corner. That is Dylan Freckleton, who we talked about earlier, who is now 3.5 seconds behind Timothy Vaughn. Vaughn has taken off.
Yeah, he's getting away for sure. The other impressive thing about Ljungbluth's strategy is you can have all kinds of factors that will affect your fuel mileage, including damage on the car, which, as we've seen, is easy to come by. And yet he's kept it clean enough. I'm not seeing anything that he's just been chugging away. I mean, he has practically played this to perfection if this does work out as we're thinking it will in terms of laps. Just marking them off to the perfect amount.
Yeah, but unfortunately for him, I don't think that podium that we were thinking about is likely to be on the cards. It's going to be more like a top 10 just because he hasn't been able to run as much of a pace as... Oh, he spins! Ljungbluth spins!
Oh, and there's that damage I was talking about as he tips the concrete wall trying to get it righted. Do we see any? It looks like he maybe got away with it there.
He got away with it.
That will hurt the mileage, though.
Just a little bit. I'm guessing he's probably going to come in this lap.
Let's see. Let's follow him here. This is the end of the lap, thankfully for him. I'm sure that gave him quite the scare. Let's see what happens from here as he comes through the final turn. He's got the ability to pit in now if he wants, and you're right. There he goes.
No, the tires are gone at this point. It's too dangerous to keep going. These tires are lasting longer than anyone else, so lap 24, that's as much as he could do on the stint. He's going to have to do a 25-lap stint to make it to the end of the race, so full fuel safe again next stint.
Again, and that was another 5 or 6 seconds lost trying to catch that slide there, so if he is trying to chase anybody at the end, that could make a difference. Meanwhile, it sounds like we got a nice little battle starting to form for fourth as Schink has Friesen getting very close.
Yep, so this is, so not the two cars that are right next to each other. That's Damir Makhmudov, who had that incident with Nick McConnell earlier in the race, but it's Francois Schink in the multicolored car tucked in behind, Francois, wow, side by side there between a lapped car of of Javier Soto and Martin Arnaldus. They made contact. Arnaldus is a lap ahead of Soto, so I don't think Arnaldus is going to be too happy about that, but Schink going wide is going to give opportunity. Friesen are at the outside of the final corner.
Onto the main straight. Oh, but he can't go anywhere with it because to the inside, there was Isfan. Now he's able to try and get some air in front of him, but we know what the damage is on the front of that car, so that might hurt his straight line speed. Friesen has to duck back in. Schink going to be safe at least this time.
Ljungbluth is in and out, 47.4 seconds, a full tank of fuel. He comes back out in the 11th position, 3 seconds behind Arnaldus, who we just saw have that moment. So he is going to be on his fuel stint now, but Friesen, a good exit off of the corner onto the straight. He has that front end damage, though. Is that going to penalize him as he goes on this straightaway?
I think so, but we've seen he's very, very good in the corners. So, and Schink actually decides it's not worth it fighting him for that one. He's actually going to lift and let him through. That's Makhmudov there in behind him, who's many laps down.
Who would have thought Brain Freeze would be in fourth position after the start that they had to this race, Joe?
They still owe us a pit stop, though, for what it's worth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But that said,
that should make them to the...
So does the 88.
Yeah. So I think everyone's still going to have two more pit stops to go in the GTOs. Well, no, because they do less laps.
At most one more, yeah.
We'd have to do the time calculation.
I think it's one more stop for at least those that are still on for the Brain Freeze car, for the ATC GTO car. I imagine Ripple Motorsport, they're 10 laps into their stint as well, as Freckleton pits. So we'll see him slot back down the order. I think Ljungbluth will take one spot for that one. Van de Sant on lap 22 and 23 laps to go. He's within the window. He could pit now.
Absolutely. The question is, what is he going to do as far as coming out into a decent gap? There are plenty of gaps to come out into. So He could find himself in a good spot. If I were in his shoes, I would absolutely pit as soon as possible, get the freshest tires as possible, or maybe you want fresher tires towards the end of the race. It's going to depend on what you're feeling right now. If he's feeling good, might as well keep going.
Now, those of you wondering, well, wait a minute. Both he and those behind him both need one more stop. So shouldn't they come out even? Well, the answer is no, because him needing to pit much earlier, Van de Sant now needs a long fuel stop to get to the end of this race. Meanwhile, the stop that the others have to do is only going to be a couple seconds to get them a couple laps worth of fuel, and they will merge much farther ahead of this number 97.
Joe, I don't think any of the Audis right now can make it to the end. It's possible that Davide Spada could, but I don't think the rest of them could, because I think based upon the time calculations, we have Van de Sant come into the pits. I think based upon the time calculations, it's another 40 minutes to go for our leaders in the GTPs. A little bit more than that, I think. And that would be, since the GTOs are doing 2-minute laps, that'd be 20 laps for them. That'd be a 26 lap stint for Joni Hagman. That's hard to ask.
No, good catch on that one. Yeah, I'm checking through, and Noel Lundberg, who actually is pretty far laps down, so that's going to be a non-factor. He pitted 4 laps ago. So did Weitendorf in the number 70. So Jake Cummings also pitted 4 laps ago. So he's a maybe, I'm guessing, on that one, because everybody else is multiple laps earlier than those drivers.
Yeah, and Joe, like the average lap completion for the Audis has been 23 to 24 laps, so I don't think anyone can make it to the end unless they heavily fuel save in the Audis. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong about the time calculation, because I'm doing a lot of math on broadcast, which never goes well.
It does not. And Van de Sant's back out, so he will emerge in 5th, and he should get at least a couple more positions for those that pit ahead of him. The question is, how many?
Nicky Friesen into the pits from 5th position himself, now in 6th in that Brain Freeze machine. Going to do a driver change over to Josh Brain, hence the Brain Freeze team name. Phenomenal idea.
That was easily one of our favorites as we were coming live and looking through the entries on this one. And I've covered Josh Brain over in the Absolute Beginners League a number of times in the past. Excellent driver, great strategist as well, which, I mean, befitting his name. But he's going to emerge and bring this one to the end. Van de Sant on your screen is not fighting with a car for position. That's Pateklis in the 666 car, which is down in 15th. He's actually 3 laps down, I think, from Alex.
Can't imagine what it would be like to try and live up to the last name of Brain.
Right?
I'm glad I don't have to be that person, but Josh Brain does just fine at it as he exits the pits back on to the racing surface, currently in 10th, about 15 seconds ahead of Doug Cloud.
Yep, so they should be good to go to the finish. Timothy Reed, I haven't checked in on him in some time. He's fighting for 11th spot with Timothy Vaughn. We've seen this battle before, the two Tims up against one another.
Different strategies for the two of them. Reed 15 laps into his stint, Vaughn having just started his stint, so Reed's not going to want to get held up behind Vaughn, and Vaughn's not going to want to get held up behind Reed. So it's going to be interesting to see who decides that they can do fine here. If I were in Reed's position, I would probably be more inclined to do exactly what he's doing, back off, do some fuel saving tucked in behind Timothy Vaughn. Or Timothy Reed.
Yeah, got them mixed up.
Gosh, it's hard.
Yeah, but it looks like he's well past him now at this stage. So we've had our fill of Timbits, and now it's time to look for some other action out on the track as they go by another team that just did not have it go their way today. Slow and Confused, despite their name, actually usually quite a quick team from what I've watched in them fighting. And they just had some bad luck that sent them backwards. Meanwhile, like I've said earlier, I've been extremely impressed with a Robert Nash there in that 196. looking at a possible third place. It'll depend on what his pit stop looks like in comparison to Van de Sant, because he does need a splash and dash to finish this one up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Robert Nash doing a good job. Just had a couple of moments earlier on in the race, but currently in third position, 13 seconds ahead of Aaron Humphrey. They're both on the same strategy. Aaron Humphrey able to climb his way forward and get up to the back of Robert Nash, 13 seconds in arrears of Nash at this stage. So not looking like he's gaining much time. Their last lap times are pretty much identical between Humphrey and Nash, so I don't expect that Humphrey will be able to get up to the back of Nash unless Nash makes a mistake. But a good turnout, a good showing for Nash on the Nash Racing team in that number 196.
Yeah, so Doug Cloud, oh man, I know you wanted him to win. I was kind of in the same boat. We're supposed to be impartial, but his story is always a good one, and he's very much an underdog, but it didn't work out for him today as the Battery Park Motorsports car suffered multiple black flags that we're still not entirely sure what caused them, but it came one after another, and now he's only 11th.
Speaking of gaps, Yoni Hagner, 46 seconds and increasing over Blasco, turning in 2:05.4s to Blasco's last lap of a 2:09.0. So Blasco, I think, probably had a problem. Losing 4 seconds on a lap is not usual when the rest of the field is racing in the 2:05s and 2:06s. Driver had another bad lap is Davide Spada, who had a 2:11. Just turned in a 2:07, so quite a few drivers in the GTOs starting to struggle with late lap pace. The overcast has dropped the temperature down 8 degrees. It's 83 Fahrenheit, 28 Celsius on track right now, with the wind still as expected, 11 miles an hour out of the northeast. But man, 19 laps to go, Joe. We're in the thick of it now.
And to give you a sense of that gap and how massive it is for Hagner, I watched as he crossed the line. Sergio was just exiting the carousel. So that's how much he's pulled away from the next nearest car in these 120 some laps that they've done. I guess at this stage it's about 91 laps. So they haven't even, so they haven't even gone that many, because they're supposed to go about 109 in these cars. So lap 92 for Yoni Hagner, as here is Sergio starting that 92nd lap as he allows Uli to go through, and Josh Brain, who's actually trying to unlap himself, is going to be able to overtake him.
That's not a great sign when a driver with that much front right damage goes by and there's not much you can do about it. So,
but they just pitted, right? So wonder if it's fresher tires.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that much of a difference, though. I mean, like, it sure looks like Blasco's saving fuel. Is he trying to make it to the end on this stint?
Well, last pit stop was 11 laps ago. I don't think, I mean, from what you were saying before, you said it would be too much of a fuel save to try and extend it multiple laps, especially at a track like this. One thing that we need to remind the audience, this is a 4-mile track. You don't just save, 5 laps around here. You maybe save a lap.
I mean, Ugebluth has been able to save 2 to 3 himself, but
that's a significant pace loss, though.
Yeah. And speaking of what would have been Damir Makhmudov, the number 15 machine, well, rather the number 5 machine down in 15th position, had pace for Ugoletsko and Yoni Hagner over the course of that first stint. Just got into an incident with Nick Makanos and just has not been. I think Blasco's fuel saving. It looks like he's lifting before the braking zones, Joe.
Why don't we hop on board and give it a listen, actually, and see if that's the case?
Yeah, because here we go. We'll know it into turn 1 if he's doing that. He's going to be wanting to stay on the back there of Josh Brain and use that for drafting. So let's see what happens here.
Oh, yeah. Huge clutch. Wow, that was massive. I mean, we didn't even need to go on board for that one. That would have been clear from the stands.
Well, that explains his lap times.
Interesting. I mean, he has that massive gap down to Lucanos.
I mean, it's only 10 seconds, though. If he's lifting
it's gone away now.
If he's lifting that much, and they've got, I guess, another pit stop to go.
I'm not sure. It's a one-lap difference from what I can see, which might actually be the same lap that Blasco and Lucanos pitted there. But maybe he thinks that it is indeed possible to try and save enough to get to the end. But we do not know. It's lap 93. And like we said, we're expecting the leaders to go 109 laps. So that would be 16 laps left.
For those of you wondering if Fabian Engelbrecht is fuel saving, his last lap was a 149.7, 149.8-ish, compared to our leaders 148.1. So the answer is yes. Fabian Engelbrecht is saving and trying to make it on just this stop.
I think it should be doable. It's just going to be right up to the line. And thankfully, this is a lap limited race and not a timed race. So it is certain how many he's going to do. And if anything, he's only might do one less because he is a lap down currently.
I don't want to see the repeats of Mugello and a couple of other races we had last season where it went one extra lap and we had drivers running out of fuel. That was crazy and fun, but not for the drivers.
No, not something that happens often in this series. Maybe in the endurance races like the 60-minute ones, but definitely not the 40-minute sprints where there's no scheduled pit stops. Meanwhile, Brain seems to be actually kind of pulling along Sergio Blasco. So I wonder if him letting him through was a bit intentional because we saw him pull a bunch of speed on the straightaway and then to have that huge lift. As now Brain is caught up to Darnell.
Yes, Darnell, who took a pit stop last time around, just came out of the box. His last lap is not representative. It was a 2:25. So Josh Brain with fresher tires. They've got our leader, Valenteus, who's going to be to the inside on turn 4. Should be no issue here, but Kevin Parrish should be an issue. Cutting off the apex from Brain, meaning that he has to back off and let Parrish go by. That's going to separate himself and Darnell. Darnell, though, wide under the bridge. That's going to get Josh Brain right up to the back of him again. Josh Brain might have an opportunity under braking here into Hurry Downs. He's looking at it. He's not going to take it.
Just a little far back. Couldn't shake him off the line, although Darnell didn't quite make the apex there. Wasn't enough that he's going to lose the position for now. 16 laps to go for our leaders in the GTPs as it sits. And coming out of the carousel, he's still well within range. This has actually helped out Sergio quite a bit because he's now much closer to the Brain Freeze car.
But it is helping out Nick Lucanos, but not that much. Nick Lucanos still 9.7 seconds behind Blasco, so Blasco doesn't have to look in his rearview mirror quite yet. He can let these two battle and just benefit from their draft and continue to do his massive fuel saving. If he can make it to the end of this race, I will be genuinely impressed with Blasco. He's still within a pit stops window of Joni Hagner, but just barely. A pit stop window on average for these drivers has been a 118, but you have to remember, Joni's not going to have to take full fuel. So it's going to be shorter, but Sergio Blasco is 53 seconds back.
Yeah, so if it does work and he gets to the end, I don't think this is going to get that victory. But it's still fascinating to see if anybody actually has the ability to do that, and they're giving it a right try. Like I said, I think that this is a case of he knew they have to throw a Hail Mary if they want the win.
Absolutely. And same with Engelbrecht. Engelbrecht trying something special, trying to do it on 3 25-lap stints. It's impressive. But looks like Martin Arnoldus is into the pits in the TNT Orange Machine. Josh Brain to the inside on turn 4, late on the brakes, able to get it done and parked. Good job from him. And here comes second position. Sergey is actually going to back off and drop in behind Darnell. I'm not sure about that one.
Well, I mean, any slipstream is probably going to be good for him at this point. It just depends on if that car is quick enough for his satisfaction. But you could be right that it would serve him better to have the extra pace of Josh Brain rather than Mark Darnell in the number 88. That said, this is only one lap down, I believe, for that ATC GTO car. So I don't think they're wildly off the pace.
No, last lap for the ATC GTO was a 2:08.3, and that was representative because they're the lead car in that pack, duking it out with Josh Brain. So Blasco's last lap was a 2:07.5, so it'd be another about half second that he would lose on lap pace. He's got they've got Robert Noaker coming up behind him, and Noaker obviously off strategy, off the lead lap. He's not going to want to get held up at all. Darnell going wide through the penultimate turn. Going to push Blasco a little bit wide. I think, oh yeah, Blasco, look at this. Darnell pulls over. This is not great for Blasco, but Noaker's doing pretty good right now. He's going pretty quick, so if Noaker wants to go by, then Blasco will just hang out behind him.
Exactly. Also, Seamus Power just pitted, so he'll return to the track. Good to go to the finish of the race from here.
Flashing of the lights there for one of our GTP drivers sneaking around as we see Power coming out of the pits behind Fabian Jungbluth.
That's Balassa actually also returning. He's now finished his pit stop, so that means that we've now got 3 cars, I think, that are good to go to the end of this one. Possibly 4, because also we got Van de Sant, who should be able to make it to the end. Timothy Reed now going to use his last stop and emerge back out onto the track. Lap 20 for Robert Nash. So we expect the 196 car to be in first of all those that need that splash and dash.
Things are going to get a little spicy towards the end of this. We're at lap 111, about to be lap 112 for Valenteus. Valenteus is lapped Jungbluth, by the way, so Jungbluth and Power both not on the lead lap anymore. Power came out ahead of Jungbluth, so Power can go full chat, whereas Jungbluth still has to sing.
This is Dylan Freckleton sitting in 10th spot right now. Unfortunately, only one car really realistically within shot of him, and that's going to be the car of Timothy Vaughn. Those two were fighting a bit earlier, but they've separated by about a second and some change. We're going to go on Bais Liumba. And actually, this might be a bad spot to catch him. Nope, he's going to get just enough time to get inside before the king.
So everyone's thinking about their field numbers now. Everyone's thinking about can I make it to the end or not. I'm sure whether they can or not. The GTPs, some of them are still deciding. I think when it comes to Fabian Jungbluth, he's on 11 laps. He's him, Timothy Vaughn, and Dylan Freckleton are all in the same boat. I think Freckleton and Vaughn likely can definitely make it, but for Jungbluth, he's right on the edge.
We haven't talked about the attrition in a while. We're down to 32 cars that are left running out of 46 starters. Honestly, I'd say that's not bad. We've got 16 of our GTPs and, well, pretty even. 16 of our GTOs all still out on the track.
Absolutely. 16 and 16 for even split between the classes, and they're not perfectly spread out across the track, I must say. We have a big clump of GTOs just about to go into hurry downs. None of them are on the same lap. But there's about 5 of them in a line, so they're all kind of in a draft pack right now. Robert Noaker has made it past Josh Brain, but he's another lap behind Josh Brain, so not for position. As we take a look at our leader, Valenteus, 14 seconds ahead of Stephen Morgan, and able to hold that over the last couple of laps. Their last lap times within 0.2 of one another, so in favor of Valenteus. So Valenteus still pulling the gap on Morgan.
Yeah, it's been looking like it's all done barring the shouting between those two. Of course, they both will need a pit stop to make it to the finish. So we'll see them in again, but 14 seconds is way more massive than what we saw earlier. So we can kind of say that I think the 15 has the measure of it now. And Nash just pitted in.
22 laps, yeah, he had to.
At this point, it probably matters little if he's doing it now or 2 laps from now. So
how much fuel do you take is the question.
Enough to make it 12 laps. Simple answer. Seamus Power, in the meantime, as we mentioned, finished he's still in 7th. But he's coming through the hurry downs. Nash doesn't have to take a full tank of fuel, so we will not see this 12 car catch up to the 196.
The important thing to note is that Autos Valenteus did short pit last time. He took 6 to 8 seconds less fuel than everyone else, so he might not make it the full 22, 23 laps. So I expect him to come in next time or the time after. If not this time, actually, he might be that short. But we'll have to see. It shouldn't affect him that much as far as his positioning is concerned with 15 seconds over Stephen Morgan. But Morgan's going to have to come in the next lap or two as well.
Yeah, he's essentially got 9 seconds of leeway there between himself and the X4 Motorsport car. So him taking 6 seconds more fuel is not going to lose him the position. Morgan also 41 seconds ahead of Aaron Humphrey. Now, Humphrey still needs to make a pit stop as well, and he's only 11 seconds over Alexander Van de Sant. So Alex probably going to jump him, but for the time being, a tip of the hat to Aaron Humphrey, who is running on the podium, but more likely going to be looking at a top 5 finish.
Yeah, so what we're expecting for the GTPs would be Valenteus, Morgan. I don't know, because Morgan still has to pit. The difference... Okay, I'll be honest with you, Joe. I think, so it's going to... what we're expecting is Van de Sant to like this. I don't know. I think he might... Well, yeah, you're right, because they're going to short pit. So, yeah, I think he would be probably 3rd behind Humphrey.
Yeah, he's got... I'm looking at the gap, and it's a minute 8 behind the leader with 15 seconds between the 77 and the 97... Or 77 and the 15. That means that we're looking at about 50 seconds between Alex and Steven.
It's worth noting, as Valenteus comes into the pit, Robert Nash, 57.6 seconds. So I would expect this to be a 55-second stop, 55 to 3 to 5 second stop for our leader, Valenteus.
Now, Morgan is going to keep going, but as you said, he has more wiggle room on the fuel, so he can keep going for a lap or two probably, and then he will have to pit and give that spot back. Humphrey still needs to owe us a stop. He's coming around on lap 21, so he's getting close to where he'll need to come in probably the next 2 laps.
Really interested to see whether Van de Sant ends up ahead of Valenteus. I don't think he's going to. Nope, 23.6 seconds in the box, so 3 seconds quicker than Nash, and Valenteus should be out in about 54 seconds in the lane.
Alex is just coming through Bill Mitchell Bend right now, so it's going to be a big gap between himself and the 15 car, probably in the realm of about 30 seconds.
Okay, so it is 3rd, looking like, for Van de Sant based on his strategy. Morgan and Humphrey still have to pit, as well as Krzysztof Olenicek in 5th position. Olenicek's going to lose spots to Robert Nash, probably just Robert Nash, because Seamus Power is 50, about a minute behind Van de Sant at this moment.
Van de Sant, though, as we know, is done. So we're expecting that 3 car to have to come in, take a pit stop, and likely give way. It's not a done deal, though. And Alex out here coming down with the braking of turn 5 is about 13 seconds now behind Humphrey's number 3 machine. So it was a valiant effort, but Alex maybe just a little too compromised by that damage. I think he did a good job trying to mitigate what happened, though. It just, unfortunately, was not enough in the end.
For those interested in having a hard time doing the math between Blanco and Blasco rather and Mecanos, it's about 5.8 seconds and closing between the two of them. They're both on the same strategy, but we think Blasco's trying to go to the end.
23 second stop for Valenteus, and Morgan just hit his sign right now. So he is in with his crew and getting service. I'm very curious to see what the difference in time is going to be between them.
Well, Valenteus goes streaking by. Morgan's still parked. And 15 seconds in, it's going to be a big gap.
Oh, it's still going. Interesting.
He had to take more fuel. He's taking more fuel than Valenteus.
25 seconds. This is strange.
Why would that be?
Did we miss a trick somewhere? He couldn't have done an extra long stop before, could he have?
No, well, no, because he would have had to fuel up from 0, and so would Valenteus. I think he just took extra fuel. Unless Valenteus plans on fuel saving, which is a strategy.
Yeah, and he's got 18 seconds,
yeah,
so I mean,
he could have short fueled it on purpose.
In 9 laps, he could be 2 seconds a lap slower and still come out ahead, or at least even.
That's a lap of fuel extra.
Yeah. Humphrey also getting a nice short stop. I get the sense, I think that Morgan just went long accidentally.
Yeah.
Van de Sant now up into 3rd. And what this has done is Van de Sant's now only 4.5 seconds back. That's within reach. If he pushes hard, if he's got the pace to catch Morgan, it could be a battle for P2.
He just got right front damage by sending a GTO off. The GTO is very slow on the racing line. That was Damir Makhmudov, who he just sent around, and Makhmudov heavy into the wall.
That's the second time, and I believe it's the same corner of the car, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, guess you don't.
Losing time already to Morgan, so I don't think that's happening. And Valenteus just put in the fastest lap of the race.
Robbed us of what could have been a pretty exciting finish there. So Damir, and he's taken the racing line, which is to drift across the tracks. I think that's 100% Van de Sant right there.
I will say Damir did do a little juke back left, but I think Van de Sant probably could have backed off a little bit.
He didn't want to lift. He probably was thinking, okay, I'm close to that car ahead. I got to push to try and catch him, but pushed a little too hard, I'm afraid, and cost another driver what was going to be at least seeing the checkered flag. Now they definitely don't have time to repair that car and get it back out in time.
No.
I'd be quite aggrieved if I was Makhmudov, unfortunately. It's man, the theme of the day for many drivers is what could have been.
Yes, definitely. And there are so many that are struggling. You can see Van de Sant struggling now with front end grip because he's got some damage. I see more than we're seeing on stream as far as his front left damage, but here we see Josh Brain. He's going to be back up to the back of John Weindorf. So honestly, in terms of recovery drives, I would say Brain Freeze is on fire right now. They do not have to pit. And the rest of the cars ahead of them likely will have to before the end of this race.
Also, for what it's worth, you were right about Jungbluth. He is only looking at 8th place right now, unfortunately, and a lap down. Now, that said, I mean, he could push if he's got an extra lap of fuel. But the bad news is JO Motorsports is still ahead of the leader, so he needs that car to be lapped to have a shot at trying to overtake them.
Another fastest lap out of Valenteus, no surprise. Short on fuel with fresh tires means quick times out of these machines. Josh Brain, he's got front right damage, and he's been nursing it the whole race, but been doing a really good job duking it out with drivers who have cleaner cars than him, Josh Brain and Mickey Friesen. So their recovery drive, I'm sure they're bummed about the moments that they've had earlier in this race, but doing a great job and having some nice battles.
Now, if we're expecting 109 laps here, we're on lap 102 for Rusty Glacier. They're just crossing and making it 103 now. So 6 to go, I suppose,
they cannot
for
make
them.
They're on lap 20 of their stint.
Yeah. It's close, but that's way too far.
The longest we've seen out of an Audi is 25. So unless they've been fuel saving this whole time, which has not been happening, that's only Blasco who's been doing that. And Blasco's the indicator that you're short on fuel, because he's lost 30 seconds over the course of this stint trying to save fuel.
And as we watch Brain continue to chase here in that 9th position, it's back to a fight with the number 70 car.
Oh, who was that? That was Chalampurn Asavanam.
Oh no, off track at the in Thunder Valley there. And that was his own mistake, I believe. Just spun the car, didn't hit anything, but was in a very, very awkward spot. It's a good thing everybody was heads up in that situation, is able to avoid him.
He's going again. I'm going to take a look at the replay here.
This is Canada Corner's a trickier turn than you'd think. It's a 90-degree right-hander, and
yeah. So when you get on that curb, that runoff there, the paved runoff, it actually dips. Oh my goodness!
That was power that you initially mentioned, and just scraped the wall, but he'll get away with it. And maybe need some new pants as soon as he hits the checkered flag.
Yeah, I would say so. Josh Brain trying to make the pass on Whitendorf. They've got Fabian Ingeluth, who's in no hurry to get by them, tucked in on the inside. Brain can't really do anything. What I was going to mention was on Canada Corner on that runoff, it actually falls away from the track a little bit. So when you get onto that runoff, if you're rotating fairly quickly at that point, you can tend to over-rotate, and that's what looked like it happened there with the GTO spinning off there. But Josh Brain... he looks like he's got a little bit more drive underneath him than Whitendorf. Whitendorf looking very understeery at this stage in the race.
I love that the audience couldn't hear it, but all three of us made the same noise at the same time at that accident. Our director, Daniel, even shocked by that one, unfortunately. But yeah, Brain is making sure to keep Whitendorf on his toes here at the very end of this race. But also, Brain is in a much better position, it looks like, in terms of the fuel stops, as he's going to get down to the inside and just elbows his rival out of the way.
I think Whitendorf was trying to tuck in behind him, just misjudged it just a little bit. The front end does jut out a little bit farther than you expect, because there's a little bit of a lip on the bumper on the GTO that when you haven't driven the car very much before, it can catch you out. This looks like what happened with Whitendorf, just pushed off a little bit wide. Looks like Doug Cloud wants to make a move on Mark Darnell as well. He's just behind this group. You can see him just coming up over the crest, tucks in behind Darnell. This is for 9th position in the GTOs as well.
And in fact, he's going to make easy work of that one. Mark does not fight it. He lets him through, and off they go. Interestingly, Mark's actually in a better position on fuel, because that 302 is on lap 22 here. So do we need another stop for Doug?
Blasco's out. Blasco's puttering.
Oh no.
23 laps in. He can't do it. Nick McConnell's just passed him. He just was slow, I believe, on the exit of 3. That's
a bit of a silly mistake, though.
Contact actually between himself and Timothy Vaughn and Whitendorf.
Okay, so here is the replay. Oh, wow! And that was just, again, so many things coming together in that moment, and it was just wrong place, wrong time.
That's second back to Nick McConos after racing with Damir Makhmudov for that position many hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, just a phenomenal effort from the Death Grip car. Looking at, I wouldn't say an easy second place, but a likely one at this stage. Because Blasco, now that he's had that problem, that's going to eat into his fuel mileage a little bit. He's going to need every drop he can
Looks like Doug Cloud has gotten Darnell for that 9th position. Struggling a little bit through Canada Corner, though, is Cloud. So opening up the opportunity for Darnell to try and take back that position into turn 1 if Darnell can get a good final turn, but he has to back off and let Javier Soto go by.
And Blasco's in. He's given up the ghost. He cannot make it on fuel this time. So that will mean now, will Trey White actually get to them in time? I don't think they will. No, Sergio might still have 3rd place here.
I mean, he had a large gap, so I think he's got a good opportunity to hang out in front of Davide Spada. And he should just be able to take a little bit of fuel here and get back out in front. It'll be a little tight, but I think he'll be okay.
3 or 4 laps to go. I mean, it depends on those leaders.
Oh, no. Was this incident limit?
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. We didn't even notice they had a black flag. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Right at the end. Just a couple more laps. And like we saw, I mean, that really wasn't his fault. So, but, I mean, you have the entire race to try and manage those incident points, and he got there somehow.
Heartbreaking for Blasco, especially considering the fact that he was trying to do the fuel safe strategy. Oh, man. I think he was going to get that passed by Nick McConos anyway, but if he makes it to the end, he still might. Actually, it's 29 seconds. Clearly, we just learned it's 29 seconds to go down the pit lane.
Okay, then. Well, that's an easy way to get the bogey number, I suppose. And
he would still have second if Nick McConos needs to pit at all.
That's true. And that car is on lap 23 right now. Freckleton here on screen. Currently running in 10th spot in the GTOs, but he's still trying to play chase on the double duck car. Just can't seem to get within range, as Vaughn was doing a good job.
Worth noting
holding him
that,
back. Got a replay here. Hold on. Let's see what happened to Charlie. And we already saw an incident for him earlier. Whoa! Gets away with it by inches in the kink.
I said that going off in the kink is fairly normal for the GTOs. Not that far off.
And for those wondering why that corner has persisted as it is, because yes, it is dangerous, but there's train tracks behind there, so they literally can't move it back any farther.
So our leader of Audrey's Valenteus is just about to come to the penultimate lap. Looks like Yoni Hagner on lap 23 and Nick McConos on lap 24. They might be able to go to the end, but it's going to be tight. Valenteus starting the penultimate lap, so 2 to go this time.
And in fact, Hagner's coming up to the final turn now, so I'm keeping an eye to see if he pits in this time or if he commits. Doug Cloud, what happened here going a little wide?
He outbraked himself going into 4, trying to make a pass. Unfortunately, tucked in. He was trying to battle Weitendorf for that position. Took it too deep and ended up having to take evasive action to avoid the lap cars ahead, and then absolutely got swarmed by the GTPs. Let's take a look at this.
Still having problems down into the braking. Looks like David Spada. Oh, does he also hit the wall? This time, not so lucky. A glancing blow. And that means that any hopes that he had of trying to catch Blasco might have just gone out the window.
So Hagner went around again, so did McConos.
Yes.
Really
tight. They still have one last chance, I think, to pit in, because the leader, they still will go by the line one more time. And if they are shy, they can pit in. Freckleton has caught up to Vaughn. Unfortunately, not close enough to try and get by down there through turn 5.
They're going to have to go around 2 more times, I think, because Valenteus is only halfway around the track.
Oh, good point, yeah. Man, this has been an interesting race strategically, for
Speaking
sure.
of Valenteus, he's actually coming off the final corner now to take the white flag. So, Audrey's Valenteus, no worries about fuel. 23 seconds in the lead. He's got plenty of space to clear.
Valenteus comes off of a win at Portimao earlier today for the Grand Prix Legends Series. Very different car to this Nissan prototype. But he is good in pretty much anything that you stick him in. And right now, the number 15 is just...
Oh my gosh, Doug Cloud passing the grass possibly here on Whitendorf. He's going to try and cut him off. And he's going to get down to the apex. Amazing move.
Cloud's got nothing left to lose here. He's been through it all today, so I think he has. There's nothing that's going to stop him at this stage. He's full attack mode.
Yeah, absolutely. So Valenteus still trying to make it work out here. Taking a look at Hagner. Hagner's lift and coasting. He's on the penultimate lap for him, I believe. So he's heavy lift and coast at this stage in the race.
I think this is the last lap for him. Yeah. That's the last lap because leader is ahead of him right now. So he'll have to come around and take the checkered flag this time by.
Oh,
it's
contact
close.
between Freckleton and Vaughn.
Freckleton goes around. That's down in turn 5, it looks like. He wasn't close enough last time. This time he was, and well, it didn't quite work out. Did Vaughn also spin? Because he's still right with him.
Contact through the turn.
Wow. Okay, so that battle rages on to the finish as we come to the last corner of 124 laps. The Road America 500 in 2024 is going to go to Audrius Valenteus from the back of the field, 23rd on the grid to the win today for the Lithuanian.
What a drive from Valenteus, commanding victory. And he was up there in second position all the way from the first pit stop, Joe. That's an impressive drive. Stephen Martin, though, a good drive as well.
Hagner's coming around down to Decana Corner now, checking to try and listen to see how much he is fuel saving to get to the end because he's on lap 25 of this stint. He's actually not saving that much. It sounds like he's good, as Morgan's going to take second, and Van de Sant will indeed get himself a podium in spite of being set off strategy by an incident partway through this race. But what about Joni Hagner? Glacier Racing have been a dominant force in these cars. Nearly gets run into by Aaron Humphrey. And Joni Hagner is going to finish a lap ahead, it looks like, because of Death Grip Racing getting past. So victory by an entire lap for the 442 team.
An amazing drive from Rusty Glacier, as always. Just very strong drives from all of their drivers, from Joni Hagner, from Jukka Leskala, a commanding victory again in the GTO class in the Road America 500.
And that happened almost right at the end. Valenteus lapping poor Mukano. So even if Hagner had run out of fuel, he still would have had the win, I believe. So really strange times in this one. Well, it's been a long day. We're not done yet, though. We've got the post-race show coming your way with the unofficial results as well as driver interviews, so stick around. Welcome back to Road America. This year's Road America 500 sees Audrius Valenteus take the victory. And it was a decent gap, 20 seconds in the end. But in terms of how long this race was, certainly is not as big as it could have been. Then, of course, you've got Stephen Morgan, who finished in P2. Alexander Van de Sant coming back from damage and surviving even more damage later in the race to get a podium finish. Robert Nash unable to catch him in the end, but still an excellent job there to fourth. Aaron Humphrey as well. A nice top five for him, as Olenek is going to be our last car to finish on the lead lap in the GTP. Seamus Power finishes P7, and Fabian Jungbluth, trying the one less stop strategy, winds up a lap down, but does get 8th place. Timothy Vaughn was 9th, and Dylan Freckleton winds up in 10th. Then you've got Martin Arnoldus finishing P11, Kevin Parrish in 12th, and Timothy Reed P13. Javier Soto was 14th today, 2 laps down. You get into the drivers that had some pretty bad times. Uli Pateklis was 3 laps down in 15th. Balasa did pick the car back up and came home in 16th, but he was 10 laps down. Gonzaga, a DNF today as he had a late race accident that finally did him in. Jamie Hall, 18th. We have Vincent finishing in 19th, and then Matt Malone not able to make the end of this one in 20th. Schwartz, Visky, Taskin, Ruiz, and Hisada DNFs today, after some of those were definitely fast drivers that deserved a bit better. What about the GTOs?
Rusty Glacier came home with the handy win, 20 seconds over the Death Grip Racing of Nick Makanos. Yoni Hagner taking them to the flag. Nick Makanos, though, raced the whole race himself, and even after having a big incident dropping him down the field, was able to claw his way back up to second position. Sergio Blasco had an incident late on the race that meant that he had to do a drive-through, but he was losing time to Nick Makanos over the course of the last stint because he was trying to make it on fuel, and apparently it short-fueled the car. Davide Spada and the TRE Wide Racing team comes home in 4th position, with Finding Nemo Racing's Matt Bruno in 5th spot. A great finish for them. Jake Cummings finishes ahead of Josh Brain for 6th position, 7th position for Josh, with Doug Cloud not able to get past Josh Brain at the end of the race, and coming home in 8th position just ahead of John Weitendorf in the SimCity Racing 70 machine. Then it's Mark Darnell in the ATC GTO machine coming home in 10th position. 11th goes to Ripple Motorsports Yellow's Chemelporn Azavanov. And then we've got Fleming Jensen in 12th position, Andreas Sliumba finishing down in 13th. Both of them 1 lap down, as well as Robert Noaker finishing in 14th position, 4 laps down. And then we have Noah Lundberg, who was the first of our drivers to have some serious trouble, even though all the GTO drivers had trouble today, except for the top, actually the leader. But yes, so then we have Damir Makhmudov, who made contact with Nick Makanos early on in the race, and then has some contact with our third place driver in the GTP's Alexander Van der Sant. And then Chris Peitz, who wrecked out early, as well as Steve Halewood, Joran Van Hixie, Ian Brassfield, as well as let's see, and Nahuel Diaz Cavilia, the last driver in the GTOs, who wrecked out quite early as well.
He did indeed. And you mentioned Van de Sant there. Well, he's come to talk to us about his 3rd place finish after starting on the pole. Alex, unfortunately not able to convert it to a win, but you threw us for a bit of a loop when you got that damage and you pitted in. We started wondering, can he make it to the end on the same amount of stops as everybody? You did. But how lost were you on where you were going to cycle out, or did you know?
No, I knew it was going to be pretty rough. I did the first time slot yesterday, and a similar thing happened to Tim Reed and Eric Neath. I think I'm saying his name correctly. But yeah, they had to pit early, and I knew it wasn't going to be an extra stop, but just I was going to have a heavier car for much more of the race, and older tires, and a longer stop at the end. So I knew it was going to be, I just had to get as much of a gap as I could, because that final stop, it was going to put me back, and it did. So yeah, really frustrated with how that played out, but it's hard to be upset with a P3 and a win this weekend. So proud of how I drove, really happy with most of the field, and just looking forward to the rest of the season here.
We are as well. This certainly was a fun one to get to see a lot of other people get to discover these cars. How was it with all the new faces? You pretty happy with how many of them adapted?
Some of them. The Nissans, I didn't have much Nissan traffic, so that wasn't too bad. It was really good last night. But yeah, some of the Audis just they didn't know how to handle the car, and I mean, you saw the guy just missing a shift and just kept turning right and nowhere I could go. But most of them were okay, and it was no worse than a typical camel race tonight, I think.
I think that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, you have to expect a little bit of chaos in this series. Still, I mean, 500 miles and winding up on the podium in spite of having to take an alternate strategy. Well, excellent job, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Alex Van de Sant finishing P3 here today in his number 97. Meanwhile, finishing second in the GTOs, it looks like Adam has caught up with Nick Bucanos.
Absolutely, Nick. It was a really challenging drive out there for you today. A couple of moments of contact with the drivers, but able to claw yourself up, a fittingly named Death Grip Racing, up to second position today. Tell us about your race.
It was pretty wild. The beginning was just survival, and it calmed down a little bit. I wasn't trying to do the fuel thing, so I was just trying to turn as fast as laps as I could, and hopefully, well, not trying to wish it on anybody, but hopefully some other stuff happened to allow me to get back up, and it seemed like that was kind of how it went.
Yeah, it seemed like we did have a lot of attrition this race, but not early on like we saw in last year's Road America 500 with a big wreck at the beginning of the race. It seemed to happen with individual incidents over the course of the race. How was it picking through that chaos, and how was the traffic for you today?
Well, to be honest, I was just playing it cautious. I knew it was just about survival. I wasn't the fastest. There's a whole bunch of people that were faster than me in the Audi today. It was just try to see it coming when they're going to throw it in there, the Nissans, and keep it safe and give up the time instead of trying to fight or hold your line and get run into or run into somebody else.
And I do want to ask, Nick, we've seen you on and off in the IMSA Vintage series over the last couple of seasons. Is that something you're thinking about getting back into, or was the Road America 500 your one-off?
Oh, I like the endurance races, so Road America, I might do some more. I don't know if I'll do the whole season and all that, but it's definitely fun. Had a couple races this week, and I had a good time.
Well, Nick, 4.5 hours later from a great starting position down in seventh position up to second. Congrats on your second position. Is there anyone you want to thank before we let you go?
Yeah, just you guys. Always the broadcasts are awesome. 30 Torque, we're still around. We don't race this so much anymore. And my man Doug Cloud helping me out with the draft at the end there.
Well, we all like it when Doug Cloud helps out with the draft for sure. But Nick Bucanos finishing in second position in the Road America 500 top split at 12 p.m. Thanks for talking to us, Nick.
Thanks.
That was Nick Bucanos. And next up is going to be Seamus Power, who finished down in seventh position in the GTPs with Joe.
Indeed, Seamus, you were one of the drivers that actually shared with this one with Jonathan. How do you two feel it went, and what was it like having to team up with someone in the car?
Yeah, it was great. Couldn't quite replicate what we did last year when we got third somehow. But I think going from ninth to seventh, especially with this field, maybe people have a bit more experience from last year. It was definitely a lot of fun. I guess I could try to run the whole thing solo, but it's about, I think, the real testing the limits of my endurance there, because I run in VR. So I prefer to at least try and drag one of my teammates along with me. And it seems like it worked out pretty well this time.
Yeah, and you were unfortunately one lap down, but I mean, considering the talent we had here today, I don't think there's too much shame in that. This has now become a thing that's happened a couple times for iRacing, putting this as one of the official special events. Is this something you like to see, getting to show it off to a lot of new people that may have never seen these cars before?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, even for my teammates, like if we run like endurance, IMSA endurance or other endurance events, I kind of point to this and say, hey, this is on the special event calendar now. You guys don't have any excuse to try the Nissans, right? So it's definitely a lot of help in trying to get people that or even the ones that you don't, into the series. And yeah, these cars are some of my favorite on the service. So it's always nice to be able to do that. And I think having that special event really does help.
Well, like you said, a podium last time. You've managed to finish with the top 10 this time. So have you learned anything that you're going to take forward to 2025 if they bring this back?
Oh, I hope so. I hope they do. No, I think this time we might have just gotten a little unlucky with the first time through traffic. We went off and dropped back a couple of spots. I think the year before last year we got again quite lucky with the amount of chaos from cars dropping out. So no, I think we are in a good spot. The way we've run things has been pretty well, and yeah, it's just I guess how the cards fall, and who knows what they might bring next year.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for you. Congratulations on 7th place today.
Yep, thanks to you guys as well. Cheers.
Seamus Power finishing P7, sharing it with Jonathan Oshalem out there on track today, which is going to wrap us up after a long day for us. So a big thank you to the IMSA Vintage community for bringing us back, not just for a season of coverage, but this special event, which they asked specifically for us to come on board, and we can't be happier to do it each and every year. Thanks to the team today, Adam, Daniel, and Dougie. Make sure to check out our social media, our website, and our merchandise store. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a moment on GSRC. Next race, it's back to our regular format. We're going to Sonoma Saturday, April 20th at 1 p.m. Eastern. Be sure to check out our other broadcasts that we have listed here. And until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.